Chapter 991. Demons, there are demons everywhere in the city. So there really are demons in this world. The contractor's face was filled with horror that could not be dissolved. Where did these demons come from? What kind of demons? Qizong looked around at the broken walls and said with a deep voice, also, who destroyed the 7 gods' temple? It's demons, it's all done by demons. Those demons are born in all kinds of strange shapes, they don't look human at all. They even spit flames and poisonous smoke, eat children alive, rape women, torture men, and commit all kinds of crimes, the contractor said with a trembling voice. Are they the evil gods that are preparing to surround and annihilate us? The dwarf moved to Qizang's ear and said softly, You killed Goddess Mirthia, stirring up everyone's emotions. As the main culprit, we successfully escaped, so those evil gods who can't fly vented their anger on the people of Lizi? Qizong thought for a moment and said calmly, The night is long, danger everywhere. This danger isn't just the extreme cold and food shortage, the rampage of demons is also one of the disasters of the night. We are under the Holy Mother's orders to pass through the east. Isn't it to slay demons, spread the holy scriptures, and return peace to the world? In short, Lizi's disaster had nothing to do with them or the 7 gods' church. On the contrary, the church was the nemesis of demons. Those evil gods, are the demons still in Lizi? Arya licked her lips, her hands subconsciously reaching for her sword hilt. Her gray eyes seemed to burn with flames as she looked around, eager to give it a try. If they don't take the initiative to appear before me, I won't know either. Qizong shook his head slowly. Tyrion, why don't you go out and try again? Arya looked at the dwarf expectantly. The dwarf pointed at his face. Can I still fight like this? Also, look at Sangs and Varys, their condition is even worse than mine. Tyrion's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, the light in his eyes dim, as if he had been fighting for a month in the Garden of Desire. Tell me in detail, what happened back then? Qizong asked with a frown. The contractor first looked at him in reverence, and then he suddenly shuddered, saying in horror, After you used the Buddha's palm that descended from the sky, the plaza and the surrounding streets were covered in a layer of red mist. Anyone who came into contact with the red mist couldn't help but want to, Masters, you should go to the palace square to take a look. There are still countless pools of blood there. The desire was too strong, and he didn't have time to vent it. Women were still fine, but many men could not control their desires. Before they took off their pants and found a partner, they would squeak like sausages that were stuffed full of meat stuffing. In the end, their sausages would burst, and their blood vessels would burst. Even so, his desire did not diminish. Because he had nowhere to vent, he eventually exploded and died. The contractor said with a twisted face. Hiss, so terrifying. Tyrion clamped his legs together and said, I had the same feeling at that time, but it wasn't to this extent. You and Hound completely lost your mind and fought each other with divine spells on the street. Have you forgotten? Arya said with disdain. But we only wet our pants and didn't explode our sausages, the dwarf said. I'm not wet, the Hound quickly said. What wet pants? Arya asked curiously. Ahem, you'll naturally understand when you're old enough. Under the young girl's confused gaze, the dwarf was extremely embarrassed, and for some reason, he felt a little stiff. Qizong said coldly, Tyrion, remember your identity. Sorry, I'll pay attention to the occasion in the future. The dwarf apologized sincerely. He then changed the topic and asked the contractor, How many people died last night? 1 or 2,000, most of them died in the red mist. The dwarf muttered in shock, I didn't expect the Song of Desire's domain to be so domineering. Against such a powerful evil god, no matter how many mortal armies there are, it's useless. There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped a domain to begin with. Mirthia can be considered one of the most powerful gods in the world, but his path isn't suited for battle, Qizong said with a serious expression. Mirthia? The contractor's expression changed, as if he understood something. His gaze towards Qizong and the others became extremely complicated. It was first resentment, then fear, and then confusion. The master and disciples saw his expression, but they didn't care, because the matter of killing Murthia couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they killed the city's guardian god. Pento's crocodile god and Tairoshi's three-headed god were both killed by them, and then they were still honored guests in the city's palace. But Murthia died then, so how can the domain be maintained? Arya asked in confusion. It's precisely because he died that the domain went out of control. Even a fart from a mortal can be maintained for a while, so isn't it reasonable that the chaotic domain of laws can be maintained even longer? Arya's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Qizong put his palms together, bowing towards the Holy Mother's broken statue in the Holy Church's ruins, saying with a sigh, "It's all Night Lion Demon's fault. If he didn't chase after us, I should be able to calm the chaotic aura of laws." Arya's mouth continued to twitch. For the first time, she realized that her master's title of Masked Evil Monk might not be wrong. Actually, according to Qizong's nature, even if he wasn't the one responsible for the tragedy in the plaza, he should still be blushing in shame. After all, he was the one who killed the goddess. But before Qizong left the Westeros, he was taught a lesson by Big Sparrow for more than a month. If it were Big Sparrow, he should have reacted this way. There are more than 2,000 people in the plaza, right? Where are the rest? Tyrion asked. The rest entered the alley in time, but in the end, they collapsed on the ground like exhausted oxen, breathing little but exhaling more. Then, the demons came out of nowhere and cursed. The contractor swept his gaze over the master and disciples, saying, "The demons are cursing you. They were furious when they couldn't find you, so they massacred and devoured the people who couldn't move on the ground." This. Qizong's mind spun quickly, thinking of a response. Tyrion asked, "Do you know where the demons came from?" "I don't, but they seem to be looking for you," the contractor insisted. "I'll tell you the truth." The dwarf's lips curled into a malicious smile. "The so-called demons are the gods that you worship on a daily basis." Tyrion, Qizong frowned. The dwarf waved his hand. "Hiding it from them is actually harming them. Also, haven't you noticed? When the gods appear in the world on a large scale and attack mortals without restraint, the old order of the world will change. Perhaps, we'll return to the previous era where humans and gods lived together. In the future, we'll encounter more and more evil gods, and they'll become even more unrestrained. We won't be able to hide it even if we want to," he said with a sigh. Qizong's expression shook, and he fell silent. "What are you talking about?" the contractor asked in confusion. The dwarf said with a smile, "All you need to know is that the demon that made thousands of people explode their little brother last night is the goddess of lust, love, and youth that you Lee's people believe in, Mu-Erdia. That little bitch coveted my mighty body, and was slapped to death by Qizong's master. The evil gods that devoured you are the gods of faith led by Lalo and Night Lion. They're all lovers of the goddess of lust, and they don't want the Seven Saints scripture to spread to the east." "No, impossible." The contractor's emotions surged, his face pale. "Why is it impossible? Night Lion has such obvious characteristics, and you can't recognize him. By the way, everyone is heavily injured, so why are you still so spirited?" the dwarf asked while looking at him suspiciously. Qizong and Arya's gazes sharpened. The contractor shrunk his neck, and mumbled, "Last night, I was also burning with desire, but I was surrounded by old aunties that I didn't like. When I couldn't take it anymore, I suddenly remembered the White Bone Temple that Master Qizong taught me, and guess what happened? He became spirited. My desire was completely extinguished, and that's why I'm fine." "You can do that?" The dwarf was stunned. Qizong was deep in thought. "When I was wrapped in Mu-Erdia's desire red silk, I also..." Then, I visualized the white bone desire demon diagram in my mind, and the illusions quickly disappeared, and my mind became clear. This was not an accident. The reason why the Dragon Queen created the White Bone Temple was not because she was bored. Because of the same crime, when Sharera Yangshin entered hell, she happened to be in the same level of hell as Circe, in the same area. The two did not empathize with each other, and instead got along harmoniously. Circe insulted Sharera, and Sharera did not like Circe either. However, she was a transcendent half-god, and her methods were better and more direct. Using the method that the goddess of lust used against her, Sharera tried to turn Circe into her own spirit of lust, the saint of lust heaven. Circe could not resist at all, and then, she became even more depraved. Her soul underwent some unknown evolution. At that time, Dani started to take Mu-Urdia seriously. In order to deal with the goddess who controlled the law of lust, she spent some time studying the Buddhist visualization method, the White Bone Temple, that she had seen in Jizbar in her previous life. It was not some immortal cultivation method, but a very basic and simple psychological suggestion. As for what results could be achieved after the transformation, and whether there would be any side effects, Dani did not know either, so she let Qizong test it out. From the looks of it, the effect was not bad. Are those demons really gods? The contractor asked the question in his heart. The incident in the square alarmed the garrison troops in the other districts. When they saw the demons eating humans, the soldiers used their swords and spears to cut them. Although those demons had their own methods, they were all made of flesh and blood. They howled in pain and were stabbed until their flesh was mangled. In the end, more than 30 demons were defeated by 2,000 elites, and they fled pathetically. Are gods that weak? He asked doubtfully. 2,000 elites. 30 against 2,000, injured but not dead. Isn't that strong enough? The dwarf exclaimed. 2,000 elites couldn't even defeat the Dragon Queen from a few years ago, the contractor complained. Back then, she rode a dragon to rob Reese and burn dozens of princes and hundreds of guards to death, but we couldn't do anything to her at all. Don't compare yourself to her. The dwarf waved his hand. She's not a normal person. Qizong was puzzled. Since the soldiers chased away all the evil gods, why was Lady Linus still eaten? That lion-headed monster can fly. The contractor could not help but raise his head and look around, as if he was worried that the night lion would suddenly fly over. Many people died last night, and they died in such a strange way. In order to calm the people and stabilize the political situation, the nobles decided to elect a new prince overnight to preside over the situation. The contractor's expression became awkward. Many nobles died too. They were all terrified and wanted to use the Dragon Queen's name to suppress the man-eating demons. Thus, Lady Linus was successfully elected, but, just this morning, on the balcony of the palace, when she was giving a speech to all the free people in the square, the lion-headed monster descended from the sky and landed beside her, saying. The lion-headed monster smiled coldly and picked up Prince Linus like a chicken, saying, I was about to leave, but I heard Dani Alice's name in the sky. When I heard her name, I felt a fire burning in my heart. It just so happens that the royal blood can be a great supplement. The prince begged, saying, I can help the king vent the fire, and even wrapped around him like a vine. The contractor and the master and disciples were all extremely embarrassed. To the contractor, she was their prince, to Qizong and the others, she was their compatriot, a fellow countryman, and a noble. She could almost represent the Westeros. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, the dwarf was no longer embarrassed. He could not help but ask, and then? The prince is petite, and the lion-headed monster is more than 3 meters tall. It cracked, and then it ate her. Chapter 992. The Summer Sea, the West of the West, the land of the far west. The sky was dark, the north wind was howling, and the black water was surging, creating layers of waves as if the sea god was roaring angrily. He, I didn't expect you to lose so badly. It's been half a month, and you still haven't recovered. In fact, the sea god wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy. Under the sea, in a trench tens of thousands of meters deep, there was a gorgeous palace that looked like it was made of crystal glass. Unlike the solid glass of mortals, the glass used to make the sea god palace was all flowing water. The clear spring under the morning sun, the slightly green lake water in spring, the yellow flood of the river, the blood-red lake water at the peak of the mountain in the sunset, countless amounts of water formed a flowing palace at the bottom of the sea. There was a sea of stars at the top of the palace. The layout of the stars was exactly the same as the real world outside. The stars were like fireflies, flickering and dimming, but emitting different colors of light. It was colorful and dreamy. In the flower garden of the palace, there were thousands of strange flowers and herbs. The fruit forest was full of fruits. There was a square made of white jade. There were 31 wine pools made of gold and glass. They were filled with amber, gold, and green wine of 31 different colors and types. In the corner of the square, there was a meat forest that emitted a tempting aroma. Countless tall and boorish men and women wandered around the palace. They were either drinking and eating, or having fun, or singing at the top of their lungs, or fighting with swords. Not only were there humans, mermaids with a human body and a fishtail were also there. In the center of the white jade square, there were steps made of black iron, brass, silver, gold, and jasper. The jasper platform at the top was 50 square meters, and there was a huge round fishbone bathtub in the center. There was a handsome young man lying lazily in the bathtub. He was also a merman. He had dark golden scales with strange runes on them. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, and his skin was as white as the finest jade. He had an inverted triangle body that was extremely visually impactful. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a wide nose. He had green seaweed-like hair that draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but they were very harmonious. There was an indescribable and irrefutable beauty. He was one of the 2 remaining true gods of the Westeros, Inami. Beside the bathtub stood a tall lion-headed man, Night Lion. I won't be able to recover from my injuries in half a century, let alone half a month. Dany Lilith is too vicious. Anyone hit by her divine art will suffer permanent damage to the soul. Not only will the soul and divinity evaporate, even the Song of Law's foundation will be shaken. The mermaid nodded and sighed. This is the characteristic of the first flame burning everything, right? Daenerys is too terrifying to be an enemy of. We don't want to be enemies with her, but she's crazy. She definitely won't let us go, Ysher said. The one who thinks she's crazy is the one who's really crazy. The mermaid laughed. Maybe she has her own reasons, but this is a matter of life and death. We have to unite and strike first, Ysher said. Lilith Lilith ith Lilith ith Lilith Lilith. Lilith 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 Lilith, Lilith Lilith Lilith, Lilith, you're not the first person to pull me into the alliance. I've also rejected you many times. The mermaid shook her head and sighed. I've already moved the flowing water palace to the edge of the world, hiding in the trenches. Isn't my attitude obvious enough? Night Lion said faintly, you want to avoid the calamity, but can you avoid it? I heard that Dany Lys came looking for you and the storm god. The mermaid raised her eyebrows. You guys are really well informed. You are now one of the 4 true gods in the world, and you are also the most powerful one. Who dares to ignore you? You are like the sun in the sky. Where can you hide? Ysher laughed. You called me an idiot back then, and now you call me the most powerful true god? Inami mocked. Choosing to become a true god is truly foolish. However, you are indeed the strongest true god. This is not contradictory. Inami sneered, if I listen to you now and help the alliance deal with Dany Rise, then I'll be the stupidest heavenly god. Yes, the traitor Storm and I don't like Dany Lilith, but so what? If necessary, we will even help her deal with the Frost God, just like how we helped that bastard Lalo deal with Balerion back then. This has nothing to do with whether you like her or not. The fall of the world will not affect you much, but the true God who carries the world's law sea will be the first to suffer. Just like you said, there are only 4 true gods left in the world, and I am the most powerful one. You are the most powerful true God, but the one who carries the law sea is that one. Night Lion said. When that one falls, it will most likely be my turn. The mermaid said with a face full of misfortune. He hasn't fallen yet. He looks like an old piece of wood. The surface is shaking, but he can still hold on for a few more waves. Night Lion said. The mermaid waved her hand and said, forget it. As long as the world doesn't stop falling, he will not be able to hold on. The sooner he falls, the sooner I will take up the post. There is no way I don't even know this. If that's the case, then why are you still hiding at the edge of the world? Go out and help Danny rise. Night Lion said. As long as you don't mess around, she should be able to take on this wave by herself. Then she will become the God King, and you will lick her feet and be her loyal servant? What about your ideal of absolute freedom? Night Lion asked with a smile. She can't become the God King. The current world doesn't have the ability to give birth to a true God. The mermaid shook her head. Since she can't become a true god, how can she summon the sun? Why don't you join the alliance and help Lalo take back the Song of Fire and Song of Light and let him end this long night? You know, that guy is obsessed with saving the world. Night Lion suggested. Are you fooling the deviant ghosts? The deviant ghosts don't believe that you will give the Song of Fire to Lalo. The mermaid's golden eyes were full of sarcasm. Those ordinary demigods join the alliance to protect themselves. But an existence like you is used to staying in the easternmost dark world. How can Danny Rise hurt you? In the end, isn't it all for the first flame? Night Lion was silent for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Danny Rise's Song of Fire. But the crisis of life and death is definitely not an excuse I made up. This calamity is extraordinary. Even if you hide in the deep sea trench, you won't be able to escape. If you don't have a sense of danger, you won't hide, right? He said meaningfully. This time, it was the mermaid's turn to be silent. After a long time, she still shook her head. Leave. I'm different from you. Don't play the sea god horn anymore. Before next summer, the flowing water palace will not appear in front of anyone. You will be my last visitor. You can't escape. Night Lion did not give up. Sigh, I've said it too clearly. It doesn't look good on everyone, the mermaid muttered and said calmly, you can't even beat Danny Rise's angel, Chizang. Asking me to join your alliance of justice, is it to learn from the anti-dragon mother alliance? If she came with her real body, you would have turned into ashes. You aren't her match, but there's no need to be ashamed because I probably can't beat her either. Even the children on the street know that you have to choose strong friends. If I join your Losers Alliance, will I feel safer? Nonsense. Look at you now. You're like a pitiful golden retriever forced into a corner by a male dog in heat. You're 10,000 times more pathetic than before you formed the alliance. I don't want to be the second you. Night Lion's eyes widened in anger. His fangs protruded and cut his lips. A few drops of blood flowed down the mane on his chin. Yes, when he did not activate his law domain, he was bleeding bright red blood. Although it's a difficult question, it's the truth. The mermaid shrugged and casually teased the mermaid in the bathtub. Night Lion barely suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said, compared to Daenerys's Song of Light, which has the first fire attribute, my Song of Noon is a little inferior and can be restrained. If not, she might not be my match. If that's the case, why do you have to find me? There should be a lot of gods in the alliance who are as powerful as you but not restrained by her, right? You're just an extra layer of insurance. Night Lion hesitated and said, we have a big plan. If you join us, I'll tell you. I promise, the plan is foolproof. Forget it, don't tell me. The mermaid waved her hand. If you have insurance, I'll have to take more risks. He pointed at the 31 wine pools outside the white jade square. Look, the god's wine bottle is still here. I'm drinking alone in the flowing water palace. Why? Inami is cautious all her life. She's not muddle-headed in the face of big things, the mermaid said proudly. Night Lion raised a middle finger in his heart and asked, You're not interested in Danny Rise's first fire at all? You know about my battle with her. The Law Master's song has an obvious suppressive effect on the chorus. You stole my blood witchcraft and combined the blood of the god's descendant to achieve the combination of two opposing laws, thus simulating the supreme law of ice and fire. The mermaid raised her hand to interrupt him and said, Don't slander me. I'm only using your idea. The method of simulating the song of ice and fire was created by myself after learning from old fish Liangmu. No matter where you learned it from, your song of water and fire is the same as my song of light and darkness. It has a fatal flaw. When facing Danny Rise's song of fire, it will be suppressed to the point of imbalance, Night Lion said slowly. I know what you mean, but, the mermaid sighed in loneliness and said, I have two kinds of songs of law, the song of flood with turbid waves and the song of fire with roaring flames. They're both very rare choruses. That's true, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to comprehend a more advanced main song. Now everyone knows that Danny Rise is old fish Liangmu's successor, but who knows that I'm the previous crown prince? In the last era, after old fish bewitched me to become a true god, he secretly told me the reason. He predicted that he would die at the end of this era, and the next era would be the Lone River Mother Goddess' turn. There would be a vacancy in the Song of Wind and Water, and a true god would be needed to fill it. And my talent in the Song of Water is far stronger than those of the Lone River Mother Goddess. He wants me to inherit the Song of Water of the Lone River Mother Goddess. I went as well, and have been an apprentice under Lone River Mother. Before I killed the sea dragon and was stripped of my position as successor by Old Fish, I studied under Lone River Mother Goddess for 5,000 years. When she said this, the mermaid didn't have any regret, only a disappointed expression. Lone River Mother taught me for 5,000 years, and I still couldn't comprehend the Song of Water. Even if I took Danny Rise's Song of Fire and Bloodline, would I be able to master the power of the first flame like her? He said bitterly. Chapter 993. My talent in the Song of Fire is far inferior to the Song of Water. What's the use of getting Danny Rise's bloodline and the Song of Laws? The mermaid asked. You're depressed because you haven't comprehended the Song of Water in 5,000 years? Which one of us doesn't have billions of years of cultivation? Night Lion disagreed. How old is Danny Rise? The mermaid said impatiently. Her situation is special, or rather, humans are special. They have short lifespans and weak strength, but they are exceptionally talented in cultivation. If everyone thinks the same as you, Lalo would be ashamed to death, Night Lion said. Lalo can't represent the ancient gods. He's more special than Danny Rise. The mermaid waved her hand, her face full of disdain. Night Lion said, Lalo also has strengths that we can learn from. He's tenacious, never gives up, and can endure loneliness. You're a god and can live for countless years. If 5,000 years isn't enough, then 50,000, 500,000, 50 million years. Carry on Lalo's spirit of studying for billions of years. There will be a day when you succeed. The mermaid's mouth twitched and she shook her head. If you give me 50,000 years, I'm confident that I can comprehend the Song of Water. If you give me another 50 million years, I can sing the Song of Fire. But that's it. The Song of Laws has different levels of mastery. Instead of wasting billions of years on the highest level that might not be suitable for oneself, it's better to choose the correct path. Instead of spending 50 million years studying the Song of Fire, it's better to push my Song of Disaster to a higher level. What's suitable is the correct path. The songs of the four elements may seem high level, but they're all life-threatening things. It's not worth it. Your thinking is correct. What's most suitable for oneself is the best. But Danny Rise's Song of Fire is different. For that trace of the first flame, it's worth it even if you have to bet your entire future on it, Night Lion said. Worth my ass. The mermaid sneered. In order to snatch Danny Rise's bloodline and Song of Fire, I have to take a huge risk and fight her to the death. After surviving by a fluke, in order to fight for the spoils of war, we will fight to the death with you, our allies, who have ulterior motives. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I would still have to deal with Long Night and Cold God who had lost their savior. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, would the next era last for 10,000 years? He hadn't even gotten used to the first flame before he had to prepare for the next world pendant. Would I be lucky enough to survive? Even if I managed to survive time and time again, where would I find 50 million years to study the Song of Fire? Night Lion sighed helplessly. If I can convince Lalo to hand over Shireen's soul, will you join the Righteous Alliance? Are you threatening me? The mermaid suddenly stood up and floated in the air above the bathing pool. Her body was surrounded by a layer of transparent water, and a scarlet sea of fire was burning above her head. In the flowing palace below the throne, the people who were drinking and making merry immediately put down their wine bottles, and women picked up their weapons and glared at the Night Lion on the level 5 platform. A war could break out at any moment. Don't get too excited. Yi Shi took a few steps back and lowered his hands, making a gesture of not wanting to start a fight. This is just a temporary idea, even Lalo might not agree. He smiled bitterly. Leave, I don't want to see you again, the mermaid said coldly. Night Lion sighed helplessly and returned to the sea under the lead of a mermaid soldier. Woo woo, when Night Lion's breath completely disappeared, the mermaid took out a golden conch and blew it. In a moment, all the iron seed and murlocs in the flowing palace gathered under the throne. Rowers, let's leave this place, he ordered loudly. Inami's rowers took their positions and rowed the oars in their hands. The flowing palace was like a spaceship with countless tiny tentacles, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the trench. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. After the teaching team left Reese, they went to Volantis, Slave Bay, Queers, and were now in the Centaur underground city. After that, they went to the last stop in the western continent of Ursus, Raging Howl City by the Jade Sea, the city-state where the Dragon Queen's messenger Gigi was killed. In Volantis, Qizong and the others met war god Yuan Kai, who had returned from Slave Bay. After leaving Slave Bay, on the way to Volantis, war god led the captive army to fight a few battles. The Martaris people blocked the path of the traitors, the invasion of the demons in the land of long summer. The Volantis consul led the noble army to ambush outside the city. War god Yuan Kai won every battle, each time achieving great results at a very small price, completely proving that he was worthy of the title of war god. After leaving the Dragon Queen, I finally regained my confidence. When receiving Qizong and his disciples, war god sighed. After taking down the city outside the Black Wall of Volantis, the Dragon Queen appointed him as the governor of the West Army, assisting the West conquering General Clan to govern Volantis. War God initially refused, but after returning to Volantis, he took the initiative to step down from his position as the commander of the captive army. But later, the Blackwall nobles refused to give up their rule over Volantis, sowing discord, causing the rebels in the outer city to split into several factions. For example, Zidon's mercenary faction, the captive faction, Little Doxim's small noble faction, the Waterside Widows merchant faction, and the returning Tiger Cloak army also formed their own faction. Oh, Little Doxim was Fat Faust's son. The fat merchant Faust Doxim, who helped the Gith people transport food in the early years, was captured by the Dragon Queen outside Astapor City, and became rich because of it. He was used as a scapegoat by Consul Dofas and Supreme Priest Benello. After being chosen as a consul, he tried his best to convince the people that the long night is fake, the sun will rise soon, don't rush to buy resources, don't panic. In the end, when the long night came, his dream of being promoted to a Blackwell noble was shattered, and he was also torn apart by the angry people. The family business he accumulated through doing business with Slave Bay was also swallowed by the Blackwell nobles. Fortunately, his son Little Doxim had met the Dragon Queen a few times, and with this experience, he gained some reputation among the slaves and small nobles of Volantis. The rebel forces were scattered, and they were bought over by the Blackwell nobles, then defeated one by one, and suffered a few losses. Gradually, the Volantis people realized a terrifying fact: the food in the outer city was almost gone. "We need a leader." Waterside Widow stood up and organized a high-level meeting. "If this continues, we will all starve to death under the mockery of the Blackwell nobles. Invite the war god to come out." In the end, they found the Kayuan war god who had retired long ago. Because as long as he was not facing the Dragon Queen, he had always been invincible. "I just want to enjoy the peaceful life of a normal person now, you can leave." At that time, the war god changed his name and married into a small merchant family in Volantis. When Zidane, Danzo, and the others found him, he was in the back alley, sitting on a small stool and picking shrimp lines. "Our brothers need you," Zidane advised. "My family needs me even more." "You need to pick shrimp lines?" Danzo was speechless. "I caught the shrimps." The war god's face was full of hardships, and his hands were full of frostbite, but his smile was very happy and satisfied. "But your father-in-law's family looks down on you and talks behind your back every day," the commander of the Tiger Cloak Army said. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers returned to Volantis with the prisoners of war, and they had fought under the command of the war god, so they naturally respected him. "It's okay, my wife is very good to me. It's just a normal person's life, and I enjoy it," the war god said frankly. "But your wife is always looking for wild men outside," Zidane said hesitantly. The war god's expression froze, and he pounced on Zidane like a tiger. "You dare slander my wife?" Zidane hurriedly said, "It's true, the neighbors all know, and they are hiding it from you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to..." Then, a group of people took the war god to catch the adulterers. The war god's face was pale. "Know your identity, I'm the master of this house. If I didn't take you in, you would have starved to death on the streets." His wife only felt ashamed for a moment, and then became abnormally tough. "I want to be alone, you guys go back." The war god's face was ashen. It shouldn't be, even if he had become a son-in-law, even if his wife was cold and noble, and didn't even let him touch her hand, she should still treat all men equally. Why did she have to steal men? The next day, 20,000 soldiers blocked the streets around the war god's house, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison, "War god, please come out." Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers also shouted, "Tiger Commander, please come out." The war god's wife and father-in-law's family were stunned. After that, the war god accepted the Dragon Queen's appointment, and became the general of the Slavers Bay Army. The people who knew you best were often your enemies. The war god's understanding of the Dragon Queen and her policies surpassed most of the Slavers Bay officials. So, with his background as a slave owner, he skillfully carried out the slave liberation movement in Volantis, the long night production to save himself, and a series of things that the Dragon Queen had done and was doing in the past, and was doing now. When the dwarf first arrived in Volantis, he thought that he had arrived at Slavers Bay. After helping the war god take down the Black Wall, the message team finally arrived at Slavers Bay. Before leaving, the dwarf even brought along Cadillac's wife. He promised to let the attendants reunite with the couple. After resting in Slavers Bay for half a month, the message team went to Quarz. They bought a shop in Zaluona to build the Great Holy Church, and then went north to the underground city outside White Cloud City. "This is a miraculous city." Qizong and the others were dazzled. The dragon worm tunnel had no end, the cave was as warm as summer, the ground and walls were covered in shining grass and fruits. Every vine, every leaf, every fruit was like a translucent fluorescent lamp, flickering with a faint radiance, colorful like a fairyland. Arya lightly touched the tomato on the side, asking curiously, "What kind of plant is this? Why is it shining?" "It has nothing to do with the plant, it's because I'm working hard," a crisp and tender female voice replied. Then, within a few kilometers, the fluorescent light in the cave drew out a long, illusory line, converging in one place. Then, a small fairy appeared in front of Arya. The rest of the place became dark, the plants no longer emitting fluorescent light. "My name is Little Radish Head, the gardener of this orchard," the little fairy said. The dwarf immediately understood. The little fairy was named after a vegetable, it was definitely a fire fairy. "I can turn into light and enter the bodies of all plants, giving them the most appropriate light," Little Radish Head said proudly. "Amazing." The dwarf sighed, and then asked, "How long can you work, and how large of an area can you take care of?" "This place is close to the crack in the Earth's crust, it emits fire elements all the time. I can absorb the fire elements emitted from the Earth's crust while providing sufficient light for the land within a 10-kilometer radius, 24 hours a day, never stopping." After saying that, Little Radish Head turned into a stream of light again, lighting up the long underground farm. A 10-kilometer radius, hundreds of thousands of acres. The master and disciples of the teaching team were stunned. What's there to be surprised about? If the crack in the Earth's crust is bigger, I can shine even brighter. I'm a little sun. Little Radish Head's voice came from the tomato. The dwarf was stunned. It seemed that it was normal for a little sun to shine within a few kilometers. The underground farm isn't that big, and if we're too far from the crack, we can't guarantee the temperature. Crops don't only need sunlight to grow, temperature and fertilizer are also important. Chui Luo shook his head. Chapter 994. The air in the dungeon was very good. It wasn't stuffy and turbid like the caves. Instead, the air was fresh. The breeze brought along the fragrance of fresh flowers, the sweetness of fruits, and the fragrance of green leaves. A few centaurs sang a ballad and drove a group of goats. They looked carefree as they walked past the small team. The centaurs drove the goats further away and disappeared among the fluorescent plants. It was a picturesque scene. Today, the ones who live the happiest are the centaurs. They are even happier and more at ease than they were before the long night. The dwarf said in a ridiculous tone. "They are the citizens of King Cow," Dungeon Lord Chui Luo said matter-of-factly. "Can Winterfell build an underground botanical garden?" Arya asked expectantly. "I've been to your family's tomb. It's too cold." Chui Luo shook his head. "Look here, 200 meters underground. It's not affected by the cold outside. It's so warm. Winterfell's underground cellar is too shallow, and the area near the hot spring is too small. Unless the dragon worm goes over and digs another 100 meters. How many little elves are there? Do they produce enough food?" The gnome asked curiously. "Just 3 fire elves, centaurs, shepherds, and Calixi City's hair cologne. The underground manor mainly produces vegetables, fruits, beef, and mutton. We haven't planted high-yield crops, so it's not enough to feed everyone in the dungeon. However, the dungeon isn't a sealed city system. The fruits and vegetables we produce are enough to feed 2 million people in Slave Bay. Slave Bay also provides us with salted fish and kelp. You saw it before you came in. A group of workers is loading goods for the pterosaur. The dungeon alone and Slave Bay alone can't last long in the long night. However, if the two are combined, we don't have to worry about food for 10 years. Moreover, as Calixi's power grows, the Light Elves will grow as well. When Light Song is perfected, the Light Elves' light intensity will increase by a few times. By then, we can plant wheat, corn, and other crops on a large scale. Perhaps the dungeon can last forever." Chui Luo was full of confidence, and his eyes were full of hope. Compared to the Westeros in the abyss of suffering, Slave Bay is like heaven, the hound sighed. The dwarf said helplessly, they've been prepared for this for a long time. They started stockpiling grain a few years ago. At that time, the Westeros were still in the midst of the rebellion of the Four Princes. Then, he raised another question. The pterosaur's efficiency in transporting goods is somewhat low. You only have 20 pterosaurs, so you can only transport 20 to 30 tons of goods each time. The efficiency is indeed low. Pterosaurs also consume a lot of meat. Chui Luo nodded helplessly. We're considering building a team of horses pulling sleds. We'll take the route of White Cloud City, Raza River, and Meereen. It's over 1,000 kilometers, the dwarf exclaimed. Follow the river. The river is not completely frozen yet. Walk 400 kilometers to Khaleesi City, and then load the goods. Chui Luo pondered and said, actually, even if the river is completely frozen, it won't be much of a problem. They could build relay stations along the way and pass the information layer by layer, but it would just take more manpower. In the long night, there are still hundreds of thousands of centaurs who have nothing to do. After a night of drinking with the centaurs who had nothing to do, Tessa carried a ton of tomatoes and led the team to Horse King City in the north the next day. The reason why they took a detour to Horse King City was not to build the Temple of the Seven Gods and lay out the path of faith. The faith of the Horse God in Horse King City had already been reformed into the more advanced and civilized Pegasus religion. Pegasus was Megalosaurus, and the main god of Pegasus religion was Blackie. If the team went to Koor and built the Temple of the Seven Gods, they could create a more efficient path of faith from Dragonstone Island Pentos Koor Horse King City barren land. Yes, the Seven Gods and Blackie could borrow Pegasus Blackie's temple. However, Dany was worried that Black Goat would lead Koor's army to kill the team, so she took a detour to Koor City. It was very awkward. Chizong did not know that when he killed the goddess, Black Goat was also implicated, leaving only a set of dark green scale armor and a pair of golden goat horns. Chizong also picked up the spoils of war. He even gave the small scale armor to the dwarf as inner armor, and the golden goat horns to Arya as daggers because the horns contained dense death energy. However, the team did not know who the horns belonged to. Chizong knew that he had killed a few evil gods, but his attention was on Myrthea at that time. Why would he care about a small fry? He thought that he had killed the goddess spirit. Of course, Black Goat was not a small fry. It was much more powerful than a spirit. If he was in Koor Temple, he would have dared to fight Lalo. However, Rhys was not Koor, and he was not like Myrthea, who had comprehended many songs of laws. When the Black Mountain Goat died, the Sea of Law did not even tremble, which was enough to explain the problem. That unlucky guy was very similar to Dragon Queen in the early days. He was very powerful, but his realm was lower. The Dragon Queen did not have a good relationship with the gods, so she was not well informed. She did not know that Black Goat was dead for the time being, so she did not change her itinerary. Except for Horse King City, the team's itinerary was predetermined in advance. When news of what happened to Koor Temple came, Dany might have guessed something. However, even if she knew that Black Goat had died, she would not let Chizong go to Koor. Pentos, Myr, Tylosai, and Rhys were all city-states in the Narrow Sea. They were 400 kilometers away from the Westeros. No one in their right mind would dare to offend the Dragon Queen. Volantis had war gods and returned prisoners of war, so it was safe. The Kars royal family had long withered in the dragon flame. The real power had always been in the hands of merchants, and Zero was one of the 13 giants. Therefore, although the team seemed to be very active, they were actually very stable. Koor was different. The Dragon Queen did not have the ability to directly and quickly threaten it. If it was before the long night, the Khal King's 100,000 colossus were spread across the vast inland plains. If any city-state dared to not give them face, Khaleesi would immediately fly into a rage. However, she could not do so now. The route after Kars was Raging Howl City, Thunder Island, and Barbarian Capital. They were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Queen's long arm. That's right. Pale skin, icy blue eyes. I am not sure if there was any light. At that time, we were holding torches. Perhaps there was a reflection in the eyes? However, that thing did not have any emotions. Just by looking at it, my soul almost froze. I feel that it is not a human. The dark-skinned middle-aged eunuch said in fear. As the long night fell, most of the foreign merchants in Horse King City chose to leave. The boundless east and west markets were covered in snow. No one cleaned them up. Other than the centaurs, there were only a few old people who had lived in the plains for their entire lives. They chose to wait for death here. According to the Khal King's orders, the Dash Karim also moved to the foot of the goddess mountain after the long night fell. They took wood, dug a cave, and built a brick bed. At this moment, the team came to the old priest's cave. They sat on the wide brick bed and questioned a Dash Karim eunuch with a serious expression. This was because the eunuch seemed to have seen a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts in Horse King City, how could this be? When the Dragon Queen received this terrible news, she immediately ordered the team to head north to Horse King City to investigate the matter. The old Dash Karim, who could only pretend to be mysterious and rely on deceit, had already learned the Moon Singer meditation technique that the Dragon Queen had taught her. She had also successfully become a qualified Pegasus priest. She had established a faith link with the Pegasus, Big Black. This way, the old priest could communicate with the Dragonstone Island's magic net hub through the glass candle. Although she did not leave the house and had been hiding in the desolate cave of Horse King City all this time, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. When I heard Howl's description of strange people, I felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a deviant ghost? So I immediately sent a message to the Khal King. I did not expect you to really come. The old woman sucked on the tomato with her toothless mouth while using her black eyes to scan the faces of the people in front of her. Tyrion twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked, "Is it strange that we are here?" Kiki. The old woman laughed strangely and asked, "If I dreamt of you sitting on the brick bed and talking to me before the deviant ghosts appeared, would you find it strange?" Prophecy. The dwarf's expression changed and asked again, "Then can you prophesy whether the strange people are deviant ghosts? Didn't the Khal King send you here to investigate this matter?" The old woman sucked all the tomato juice but did not melt a single piece of tomato meat. She frowned and sighed, "The night is long and there is a shortage of food. We cannot waste it. Howl, take this and cook a bowl of tomato and fish soup." The black man Howl respectfully took the shriveled tomato that the old woman had sucked dry and left the guest room. Qizong and his disciples' faces were pale. Their stomachs were churning. They swore in their hearts that when they ate later, they would not touch anything other than roasted meat. But the old woman wiped her mouth and licked the juice off her hands. Then, she sighed and said, "I haven't been able to sleep well recently. I keep dreaming of ice, snow, and a sea of fire. There are also countless people crying. This is an ominous sign. A great calamity is about to befall the continent. If deviant ghosts cross the sea and sneak into Horse King City, Ursos will be in real danger," Qizong said solemnly. "Where did you see the strange stranger? Were there any signs of theft at the cemetery?" Hound asked. "Just at the Womb Lake under Mother Goddess Mountain. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 people left in Horse King City. The cows and sheep have been slaughtered and stored. Fishing in the lake is enough to fill our stomachs." Howl met the strange person when he was chiseling the ice on the lake. The strange person only observed him for a while before retreating and disappearing into the snow. As for the cemetery, the old woman laughed strangely again. "Centaurs don't have a cemetery. After we die, we have to ride our blazing horses and rush to the night kingdom of the heavenly horse god." The preaching team stayed in Horse King City for a week. They were busy for a week, but they still couldn't find any traces of the strange person. They even hung the bodies of 2 old slaves who froze to death in the forest north of Womb Lake, but they didn't turn into zombies. Helpless, they could only continue west. But unexpectedly, the flowers they planted with the intention did not bloom, while the willow they planted with the intention did. Things unexpectedly took a turn for the better in Shimiliana. Arya, who was following Chizong amidst the cheering crowd, suddenly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Just because she took an extra look at him in the crowd, she saw that unruly face through that ordinary face that didn't belong to him. The uncle's body also trembled. He closed his eyes and silently took a step back. His figure faded into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "It really is you, Uncle Jia Kun." Arya was shocked. "Your eyes." Chapter 995. The previous savior had many titles. The people of Westeros called him Yeser, Ahai, which was a more mainstream name. Around the Jade Sea, he was also known as Hail Cologne, Etal in the Barren Land, Nephrin, Shadow Hunter Edric, and a series of other names. As Hail Cologne, the savior had a group of descendants. They named their country after their ancestors and established the Hail Cologne descendant country. After 8,000 years, the Hail Cologne descendant country was only left with 3 cities with female governments. The city closest to Meereen was conquered by the Dragon Queen and renamed Raging Howl. Next to Horse King City, there was also a strategic city built between the sea and the cliff, Shimiliana. The mission team originally did not plan to go to Shimiliana. On the eve of leaving Horse King City, Dash Karim suddenly received an invitation from the Shimiliana High Priest. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Horse King City and Shimiliana have always had a good relationship. Before the long night, there were female Red Jade warriors coming to the grasslands every year to make a living. Their high priest also stayed in Horse King City for 5 years when she was young. I was still Khaleesi at that time and had a good personal relationship with her. When she found out that I had become a priest of the Pegasus Church, she sent someone to send me a glass candle and told me to contact her more often. Hearing the old centaur's words, the message team decided to make a trip to Shimiliana. At the city gate, they unexpectedly met the venerable dragon. Yes, it was the old priest who claimed to have hatched Goldie. During her years in New Gith, she alone exterminated dozens of small and medium-sized nobles. After New Gith fell, she became a guerrilla on Jean Island for more than a year. Later, after the Battle of Meereen, the guerrillas lost all hope of turning the situation around. The nobles of Gith also gave up on the idea of hatching dragons. After destroying the dragon eggs, they prepared to settle the score with the venerable dragon. The venerable dragon was also very clever. Before the day of reckoning, she crossed the strait between Jean Island and New Gith Island overnight and surrendered to the Mother of Dragons guards. I have never done anything wrong to the Dragon Queen and Slave Bay. Facing the trial of General Hattar, the venerable dragon was not guilty at all. When the Dragon Queen found out about this, she could only pinch her nose and agree with her explanation. Then, she waved her hand and let her go. The old hag had killed more slave owners than any of the Queen's generals, but she had not harmed any of the Mother of Dragons guards. She had even done a meritorious deed. She was grateful to the Dragon Queen for releasing her kindness twice. The key point was that she was allowed to take away the reward paid by the Gith people. Therefore, the Dragon Granny proposed to let the preaching team come to Shimiliana to preach. Regardless of whether or not Chizong can survive in barren lands, at the very least, he has already reached Jade Seaside, slaughtering gods along the way. Even Goddess Myrtea was killed with a single palm. Just him alone is worth making friends with, not to mention that he's just a lackey of the Dragon Queen. The venerable father persuaded the people in power in the city. Actually, there was one thing that she did not say clearly: the descendants of Higher Cologne did not have their own ancestral gods. Since they could believe in the Eastern evil gods, why couldn't they believe in the 7 gods? The venerable father had secretly made a decision. When Master Qizang arrived, he would accompany him and seriously ask for the 7 Stars Bible. Then, he would be personally baptized by Qizang and become a glorious believer of the 7 gods. Finally, he would also apply to become the Archbishop of the newly built 7 Gods Shrine in Shamiliana. She knew the details of the 7 Gods Church, but she just wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. The Venerable Father always believed that she had a special relationship with the Golden Dragon. Perhaps, becoming a priest of the Megalosaurus 7 gods was her true destiny as the Venerable Father. The Venerable Father hatched dragons, and the Venerable Father believed in the Megalosaurus. It was too predestined. The welcoming ceremony was very grand. The Venerable Father led a group of red jade warriors to set up a formation outside the city. Qizang and the dwarf were invited to sit in the same carriage as the Venerable Father, while the remaining 3 disciples walked behind the group. Both sides of the street were crowded with onlookers. There were foreign merchants, local women with red jade inlaid on their faces, and the eunuch brothers of the red jade warriors. For every 100 males born in this race, only one would be kept for mating, and the rest would be castrated. Arya was walking around in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a person in the crowd that she would never forget. Although he had become her and was even wearing cosmetic contact lenses, she could still recognize that it was not her, but him. Uncle Jia Kun, you, Arya had just called out when he, who had disguised himself as her, shrank back and disappeared into the crowd. His eyes are emitting blue light. The death god meditation technique has gone berserk. Arya's expression changed drastically. Her body flashed and disappeared in front of the crowd. She did not turn invisible. Instead, 90% of her body had entered the world of death, leaving behind a gray shadow. This shadow was only 10% of her original size. Ah, are my eyes playing tricks on me? It seems like someone suddenly disappeared. It's that horse-faced lady. She disappeared. If it was before the long night, the crowd could still see a blurry and strange figure. But now, the sky was dark, and they could not see any traces of the shadow in the darkness. Arya's strange behavior quickly attracted Qizang's attention. After explaining to Shang Fu, he shouted, "Mighty heavenly dragon," in front of everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The tiles on the roof beams rustled and snow fell. "Mighty heavenly dragon, you live up to your name." Seeing Qizang disappear into the sky as fast as lightning, Shang Fu could not help but say to Prince Jin, "I've lived in the palace for a long time, and I've also heard of Master Qizang's deeds of subduing demons with the mighty heavenly dragon. Now, it seems that you live up to your reputation." The dwarf nodded awkwardly. At the same time, he was on guard and looked around cautiously, in case an evil god was trying to lure him away. On the other side, when Qizang found his female disciple in a remote alley, he saw her competing with an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with a dagger. Arya held golden goat horns, while the other party used a pair of crystal daggers that were as thin as cicada wings. Ice sword. Qizang's expression changed. The daggers were blue like crystals, but they were surrounded by a circle of frozen mist. In essence, they were no different from the ice swords used by deviant ghosts. But the other party was clearly a living person. "Uncle Jia Kun, what happened? Why are you here?" Arya shouted sorrowfully while dealing with the other party's continuous attacks. "You betrayed the Black and White Academy. Now, everything that happens to the Faceless has nothing to do with you." The woman spoke with a man's voice. Her tone was as cold as an ice sword, smooth and without a trace of emotion. "Hey, evildoer, what is your relationship with deviant ghosts?" Qizang did not plan on watching his disciple reminisce with his old lover. With a shout, he could not help but strike out with his right palm. "Holy Mother, no!" Arya screamed. She moved to the side and stood between Qizang and Jia Kun. Qizang pulled back his palm in time, but Jia Kun attacked mercilessly. He took the opportunity to stab Arya's back and her neck. "Evil creature, you dare!" Qizong saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in anger. Separated from Arya, he used Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Borrowing Seven Gods' big black soul force, he released a soul attack with a holy attribute, similar to a true dragon's roar. Jia Kun released a muffled groan. His hand slipped, cutting open 2 holes in Arya's crocodile god leather armor, revealing the iron chain armor inside. There was also a layer of light blue ice left at the holes. Arya had also escaped poverty and changed into a set of divine equipment. Are you crazy? Why are you protecting this deviant ghost? Qizong pulled Arya over and berated her. This is someone I know. Moreover, I didn't even get to ask him clearly. If you kill him with a single palm, won't all clues be lost? Arya said. I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to injure him, not kill him, Qizong said. I don't believe you. Arya shook her head. She then went up to stop Jia Kun, who was about to run away, fighting him again. When have I ever lied to anyone? Qizong said in embarrassment and anger. Tell me yourself, when have you ever left a survivor among your subordinates? Arya said. I wasn't familiar with the Holy Mother's divine palm before, but now, I might be able to, Qizong said uncertainly. Perhaps. Arya chuckled coldly and said, if you want to help, then play support. Helpless, Qizong could only retract his palm and use Wrath of the Heavenly Father on Jia Kun 3 times in a row. Arya took the opportunity to deliver 6 deep cuts on Jia Kun's arms and thighs. Clang! The ice crystal dagger fell on the stone floor. Jia Kun's body also swayed a few times, and then he was kicked into a trash pile in the corner by Arya. Then, she stepped on Jia Kun's neck with her long leather boots and deftly removed a human skin mask. As expected, it was that familiar middle-aged man's face. Qizong's expression changed greatly. Damn it, it really is a faceless one. Uncle Jia Kun, what's wrong? Looking at the man whose expression was as cold as the other ghouls, whose eyes radiated blue light like the other ghouls, Arya felt sorrow in her heart, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, a hint of sadness appeared in Jia Kun's cold blue eyes. Arya, he called out softly, but it was as if he was using all of his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead and face, as if he was struggling against another consciousness. He still has his humanity. Qizong walked up in shock and bewilderment. He pressed his finger against Jia Kun's cold forehead, continuously firing out Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Although Jia Kun grunted repeatedly, his spirit's aura rapidly weakening, his eyes gradually came back to life. He gave Qizong a grateful look, and then said with a pained expression, the Black and White Academy is finished. The Faceless have prayed to the Death God for thousands of years, and all the Death Gods in the world are worshipped by the Black and White Academy. The Faceless have long believed in the Death God and its power, and have also yearned for it for a long time, just like how a person yearns for rain after a long drought. Finally, the rain has come. The Faceless cheered. However, not long after, a certain someone discovered that there is a true death god in the world, but he is not the god that a certain someone was looking forward to. Only the frost god is the true death god, because he can sing the complete song of death, the main song. Did you meet the frost god? Qizong said in shock. Jia Kun nodded lightly. Apart from Arya, there are only a handful of people in the Black and White Academy who can cultivate the death god scripture. A certain someone and the benevolent person have no talent. Thus, the benevolent person brought a certain someone to meet the death god, the frost god. In the underground palace, a certain someone knelt before his throne, offering the blood of a noble, while he used blood witchcraft to help a certain someone complete the baptism. Then, a certain someone easily condensed the fundamental runes of the death god's meditation technique in his mind, and then his cultivation speed was even faster than Arya's. At that time, a certain someone was overjoyed, even believing that he was about to sing the song of death, that he had a chance to become the true death god. You guys are too. Qizong was stunned. The faceless person is too proud, too conceited, too arrogant. Jia Kun sighed. Back then, a certain someone even asked the death god if the death god's scripture can cultivate the song of death, and it sat on the throne, looking down at the servant kneeling below, nodding lightly without any expression. A certain someone was overjoyed. Now that I think about it, a certain someone seemed to have overlooked the mockery in its eyes. All the faceless people became like you. What are you doing here? Arya asked with a trembling voice. A certain someone summoned all the faceless people in the world back to the Black and White Academy. Including the apprentices and retired old faceless people, the Black and White Academy had a total of 587 faceless people sacrificed to the death god, and then they all became his slaves. As the death god's scripture realm increased rapidly, the faceless people's weak self-consciousness was quickly obliterated. A certain someone did not lose his thoughts, but he was completely unable to resist his orders. He had a certain someone spread across Ursos, moving around the city as a human, buying babies, stealing the corpses of powerful warriors. Chapter 996. Jia Kun said faintly, buying infant slaves, collecting the corpses of powerful warriors. When the wind dies down a little, the mountains and rivers will be as cold as iron, the cold air will soar into the sky, and the entire city will be covered in ice armor. The master and disciple shuddered, looking at each other in shock. How long has this plan been going on? Qizong swallowed and said with a trembling voice. More than a year. Before the Great Wall collapsed, all of the faceless were scattered everywhere. For example, I stayed in Shamiliana for more than half a year, buying more than 5,000 boys and girls under the age of 1 from the slave traders and the poor, stealing and purchasing more than 20,000 corpses of powerful warriors. That's impossible. How could 5,000 babies be born in half a year? Also, why didn't father notice such a huge commotion? Qizong said in disbelief. Jia Kun's soulless eyes glanced at Arya's right hand, which was holding a human skin mask. The night is long, the commoners have nothing to do, so they can only give birth at home, but the long night also makes their lives difficult. By selling their children to the slave traders as slaves, not only can the children survive, they can also get money to buy food, so why not? Shamiliana doesn't have 5,000 babies, but there are vast villages and small towns outside the city. Including the surrounding population, 10,000 babies is more than enough. A certain person has replaced more than 10 slave traders, openly searching for babies inside and outside the city, either sending them out to sea, or going up the stone path north to enter the Bone Mountain Range. Once I leave the city, I will kill the slave traders who are escorting the babies, turn them into living dead, and then pray to the cold god to turn all of the babies into little deviant ghosts. No one will suspect me if I change my identity and return to the city. Wait, you said baby boys and baby girls? Qi Zhang's expression changed, saying solemnly, even baby girls. Do you still not understand after seeing a certain person? Jia Kun said bitterly, deviant ghosts are another type of human, new humans. They have thoughts, can communicate, and can reproduce. Deviant ghosts might be transformed from humans, but the difference between humans and deviant ghosts is like God's descendants and humans, Arya said. Jia Kun was stunned, saying, what a certain person wants to say is like humans and children of the forest. Arya said slowly, God's descendants are the world's main characters in the last era. God's descendants' bloodline degeneration, or interbreeding with humans, gradually evolving into the current humans. You. Jia Kun stared at her. Her expression was as cold as before, but she was much more energetic and confident than when she was in Bravos. Her body was also more mature and cold. You've grown up. He sighed. Arya blushed. Qizong looked at the two of them suspiciously for a while, then said with a frown, I know that female deviant ghosts can reproduce with male deviant ghosts, but isn't it a little too early for that? I remembered that the three-eyed crow once said that the deviant ghosts would only reproduce on a large scale in the later part of the long night, when the situation was set. Naturally bred deviant ghosts are like civilians. They are not as powerful, efficient, and easy to command as the converted deviant ghost warriors. Female deviant ghosts and the natural deviant ghosts are weak, but they are not controlled by the deviant ghost king. Even if the deviant ghost king dies, they will continue to live. Someone guessed that the god of frost plan would forcibly replace humans with deviant ghosts, Jia Kun said. Arya sneered, will this plan work? Before the next generation of deviant ghosts are born, the long night will end. As she finished speaking, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Could this long night really end quickly? Looking at Jia Kun, and then thinking that there were 587 Jia Kun active all over the world, and more than half a year had passed, she was not sure. Does the School of Black and White really have 587 faceless? I have participated in the monthly gatherings of the faceless as a maid many times, and there were more than 20 people present each time, Arya said with a serious expression. Half of them are retired old people, and the remaining half are collecting information in various cities. The other half are high-level faceless that you can't see. They are often out on missions and are not in bravos, such as someone. So, how many people are left in the School of Black and White? There were about 70 faceless who lived in bravos. Excluding the apprentices, the number was about right. However, Arya still had doubts. Does the School of Black and White really allow the faceless to retire? In Dr. Wargrave's play, all the faceless who wanted to retire ended up in a miserable state. In Dr. Wargrave's play, once the ruthless faceless met true love, they would ignite the dying passion in their hearts. For love, for the child in their beloved wife's belly, they would secretly decide in their hearts, after finishing this job, I'll take you far away, and then the whole family would be reunited. Every time the faceless who carried out the mission of silencing a witness would say to the dying senior lying on the ground, once disloyal, never use. Today, you betrayed the god of 1,000 faces for love. Tomorrow, will you reveal the secrets of the faceless to other forces for your family? The audience felt that this was too reasonable. The more reasonable the plot, the stronger the sense of immersion and reality. Then, while everyone watched with tears in their eyes, they hated the School of Black and White more. Even Arya felt that this was very reasonable. Jia Kun sighed. Every faceless is the most powerful killer in the world, and some rarely die in missions. Therefore, there are many faceless who are still loyal to the School of Black and White despite their age. It can't be said that Wargrave's play is wrong. There really are people who betray the School of Black and White because of love. But how can there be so much love in the world? 99% of the faceless dedicate their lives to faith and don't love anyone at all. Years of faceless trainee education have long eliminated some people's ability to love others. When he said this, Uncle Jia Kun looked at the big lowly Arya with a complicated expression. Arya looked at him and seemed to understand something. Her heart was confused and sweet, and there was a bit of despair and bitterness. Qizong inexplicably felt that he was unnecessary. Ahem. 2 coughs broke the picturesque scene. Jia Kun sighed inwardly and continued. When you're older, the risk factor will increase and the success rate of the mission will decrease. Many old people even get sick because of the long journey and die on the way. This is not good for the School of Black and White. Therefore, when a faceless is in their 40s, as long as they feel that their limbs are inconvenient and their energy is not enough, they can voluntarily apply for retirement. Then the School of Black and White will arrange for them to be the gatekeepers of the Iron Treasury, the Sea King's Palace, or the great noble families who believe in the God of 1,000 faces. Arya's mouth twitched. So, Bravos has lost a lot of old gatekeepers? Why didn't the nobles and the Sea King notice? Is the Sea King involved in this? When we arranged for the retired faceless to go to other cities, we didn't hide it from the Sea King and the great nobles. No one asked questions. The School of Black and White doesn't need to explain anything to anyone. We did rope in a group of great nobles who believe in the God of 1,000 faces, but that doesn't include the Sea King. The Sea King is human, but we are not. Jia Kun looked sad. Someone saw a deviant ghost in Horse King City. Are they your companions? Qizong asked in a low voice. All the faceless sent out will avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are deviant ghosts in Horse King City, they must be passing by. Even if we encounter a sutra teaching team, we will avoid them. Your visit to Shamiliana this time is really unexpected. Someone planned to leave the city immediately, but you landed outside the city instead of going to the palace. When we met you on the way out of the city. Jia Kun stared at Arya again. I don't know why, but someone couldn't help but stop and look at her. I didn't expect her to discover my identity with just a glance. Perhaps, this is fate. Arya's heart trembled. She muttered, fate seems to be too cruel. Cough cough. Qizong used all his strength to make his presence felt. Then, he squeezed Arya hard, causing her to fall to the ground. He supported Jia Kun's cold body and asked, did the faceless actions hide from the gods? Be as careful as possible. Move cautiously and avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence. This is the order given to me by the Frost God. I think, it didn't ask me to avoid the gods, if the gods really exist. Jia Kun said with some doubt. Although he was turned into a deviant ghost by the Frost God, his knowledge was still shallow. Well, among humans, Jia Kun was very knowledgeable. But in the supernatural realm, especially in the knowledge of gods, the faceless were much worse. The faceless were very similar to the Seven Gods Church of the past. They were both strict and powerful church organizations, but they didn't have any gods. Do you know the identity and location of the other faceless? Qizong asked again. No one in the Black and White Academy has all the information about the faceless. What about the benevolent person? He trains the faceless for the Black and White Academy. Arya asked. You've been in the Black and White Academy for many years. Have you seen a second apprentice? Jia Kun asked. In the faceless gathering, I've seen servants like me, but I don't know them, nor have I trained with them. Arya said thoughtfully. Jia Kun's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Veins popped out on his forehead and neck. He seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? Arya was shocked. Master Qizong immediately reached out and tapped Jia Kun's forehead, using soul attacks in succession. While shattering the mutant will in the sea of consciousness, the handsome uncle's soul was also riddled with holes, bleeding from his 7 orifices. This doesn't solve the root of the problem. It even damaged his foundation. But now that he's a deviant ghost, his connection with Frost God can't be severed. The old cultivator was troubled. Jia Kun blinked a few times, squeezing out the blood in his eye sockets. He said weakly, hurry up and kill someone. Frost God has sensed someone's abnormality and is removing someone's control over the corpses. Killing someone now will kill at least 20,000 corpses. Master Qizong, hurry up and ask the Holy Mother to descend. Arya said anxiously. Qizong said awkwardly, for such a small matter, this isn't a small matter. Uncle Jia Kun can find at least a few dozen faceless. I'm afraid the Holy Mother can't do anything. Otherwise, the deviant ghosts would have been turned back into humans long ago. Qizong said helplessly. Arya was stunned. She muttered, at least try. Jia Kun struggled to sit up. His tone was urgent and solemn. Kill someone. All mortals will die one day. Arya, you know that death is never a punishment for someone, but the final destination. Arya blurted out, but now, Frost God has become the god of 1,000 faces. If you die, your soul will also return to Frost God's embrace. Jia Kun's expression froze. From now on, all mortals will die one day, all mortals need to serve. This very pretentious catchphrase could no longer be repeated. Qizong's expression changed. Arya, you are the death god. You can take his soul. Chapter 997. Arya, you are stranger's wife. You can save him. Or, let me use Holy Mother palm to free him completely. Qizong placed his right palm in front of his chest, ready to strike. Even a high-level law god who had comprehended 3 laws could be purified, so the puny other ghouls were naturally nothing. No, Arya hurriedly pulled him away, pulling his right hand. Let me do it. She sat down beside Jia Kun, and her soul left her body, turning into a black-robed woman that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes. She held a giant death scythe, and with a whoosh, she entered Jia Kun's consciousness. The next moment, she was about to swing the scythe. How dare you! A powerful will floated out of the void. Ice, nothingness, death, and darkness turned into 4 scythes that weighed 10,000 tons. They came from 4 directions, wanting to cut the death god girl into 8 pieces. Arya multitasked. Her physical body held a goat horn dagger and cut off Jia Kun's head. For a moment, the 4 giant scythes were like a flood that had lost its source. Their momentum suddenly weakened. You want to save him? Sure, a life for a life. The foreign will that remained in her consciousness turned into a burning red seal. In a split second, it was branded between the death god girl's brows. Under the cloak, the girl's pale horse-like face revealed pain and shock. Her meditation technique actually uncontrollably underwent some kind of change. It became more perfect and more compatible with the death god's divinity. It even evolved the darkness and ice attributes from the power of death. However, her meditation foundation began to go out of control, no longer under her master's control. Arya immediately understood. If she didn't do anything, she would become the second Jia Kun. What happened? Qi Zhang's voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Arya looked around. The ice-blue space in her consciousness collapsed and dissipated. She returned to the gray and white world of death. On the tip of the scythe hung a naked man with half-long hair. The tip of the scythe pierced through his back and came out from his chest. His limbs and head drooped powerlessly. No blood flowed out from the wound, but ice blue and darkness intertwined and devoured each other. With a thought from Arya, the pitch-black scythe cracked. With Jia Kun's soul as the center, it transformed into a 30-centimeter-tall lantern. The wick of the lamp was Jia Kun's soul. 7 or 8 long needles extended from the wall of the lamp and pierced through Jia Kun's soul, burning a ball of ice-blue flame. After that, Arya's soul returned to her body. She was still holding an ice-blue lantern in her hand. Wherever the light shone, the air would condense into a light blue icy mist. When the mist landed on people's bodies, it would continuously absorb heat and vitality. It was like roasting a fire in reverse. Only when the frost power in his soul is completely burned away can he be sent to the stranger hell. Qizong pondered. There's something wrong with my sea of consciousness. Arya stroked her forehead and told her what had happened with a solemn expression. Qizong looked at the corpse on the ground that was gradually melting into a ball of light blue ice water. He said with a frown, immediately establish a holy hall and carve a statue of the Holy Mother. Tonight, we will pray to the Holy Mother. Tell Dragon Queen first, Arya said. Qizong nodded. Dany was also shocked when she received the news. This was not the script she had planned. The reason why she had taught my son Jia Kun the death god meditation technique was very simple, to destroy the Black and White House from its roots. Did Dany hate the assassination and threat of the Faceless? Of course she did. However, she could not be like the main characters in the novels in her previous life, who were arrogant and shouted, "Die," before rushing to bravos and spitting dragon flames to burn the enemy's nest. The reason was simple. Those novels were all loners. They sacrificed to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. They had no brothers, friends, lovers, or children. They were all alone and had nothing to worry about. When they were unhappy, they immediately vented. Dani had a family and a business. She was afraid of revenge. Therefore, she chose to take revenge in a more secretive and vicious way. She bewitched the faceless to cultivate the death god's scripture. When the Black and White House became the umbrella company of the Song of Ice and Fire world, when Bravos became Raccoon City, even if the biohazard crisis did not happen, once the long night came and a group of ice zombies appeared in the Black and White House, what would the people of the world think? It did not matter if it was flour or lime, it would be poisonous white flour. Anyway, the scholars of the City of Knowledge would announce to the world that after years of unremitting efforts, they had finally found the cause of this long night. The Bravos people had found a few deviant ghosts in the land of eternal winter as early as 20 years ago. They had even captured a few of them and secretly studied them at home with the intention of developing a weapon of mass destruction that could rule the world. At that time, she would not need to do anything. The Faceless and Bravos people would be hated by everyone. Everyone's condemnation would end without a cause. Now, the biohazard crisis script that she had prepared for the Faceless and Bravos people was quietly rewritten by another famous director. Those goddamn idiots hid the deviant ghosts and really went to study them. Director Long, who had the script changed, was flustered and exasperated. It was like the Americans slandering a small country for hiding weapons of mass destruction before starting a war. Then, something embarrassing happened. When the war started and entered the white-hot stage, the other side really brought out a large number of weapons of mass destruction. This kind of blunder would not happen in reality because everyone knew that if you showed your weapons directly, the Americans would not dare to attack you. I finally understand why the Justice Alliance is so sure that there will be a large-scale ghoul rampage in the Urso continent. Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll be honest, I want to start the long night of the gods. Those deviant devils are not willing to support the Sea of Law, they are not willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the world as true gods. But they should not have used the future of the world as a bargaining chip in their battle with me. They should have watched coldly as the Frost God plotted against the various cities and watched as humans unknowingly walked towards destruction. Are there no temples for them in the cities? Are there no believers among the humans? Especially that bastard Ar-Hro. To think that I thought highly of him and thought that he was more responsible than the other demon gods, but who would have thought? At this point, Dani's expression suddenly changed. Bran, do you think Lalo could be transferring assets? If Urso fell into hell, the temples of the red gods in the cities would be the first to bear the brunt. In the world, the red gods had the most temples and the largest number of priests. On the other hand, the Westeros, as the starting point of the epidemic, were slowly getting under control. Bran and the staff of the Door God did not answer. Bran? Dani called out again. Sorry, I went too far into the fog of fate and got lost. After a long while, Bran said tiredly. Lost? Dani had a strange expression. Don't worry about me, as long as you keep holding this weirwood, I will find my way back. Bran said. Dani nodded reluctantly and asked, You heard what I said before? Now I hear it. Bran sighed and said, Urso's fall is inevitable, there is no point in pursuing responsibility. In the end, you will still have to hold your nose and cooperate with Lalo and the other heavenly gods who are willing to fight the deviant ghosts. I will not cooperate with them anymore. Dani said firmly. From today onwards, the they that represented the gods would forever be they in her mouth. They were no longer the great and holy gods, but a bunch of beasts. Even if some forces let the devils do whatever they want, even if they abandoned the northeast continent, Urso is to the east of the Westeros, Bravos is to the north, even if they have ill intentions towards our army, even if they have countless reasons not to cooperate, but, Bran sighed helplessly and said, but only by uniting all forces against the deviant ghosts can the living win the final victory. You said this, everyone knows it, and it has formed a belief. You can't destroy the momentum you created, right? I want to announce it to the world, and let everyone know the true colors of the gods they worship. How do you think they will react? Danny sneered. The gods might give up on resisting the deviant ghosts after their faith crumbles. He might as well swallow his anger and let the gods work hard to fight for the destiny of being the savior of the world. When the long night is over, you can raise the butcher's knife and settle the score with them. Bran advised. No one is an idiot. Danny shook her head. I will immediately inform the major cities of Urso to strengthen their defenses and prepare for war. Even if I don't say it, the princes and grand dukes can guess what the gods have done. Bran said, although the rulers of the cities are helpless, they can only swallow it and not fall out with the gods. The two of them were right about the reactions of the major cities. In the morning, Arya met Uncle Jia Kun. Before noon, the Dragon Queen received the news and immediately sent a warning to all the Grand Dukes, Princes, and Kings of Urso through messenger crows and glass candles. However, among the cities on the other side of the narrow sea, only the Sea Palace of Bravos was connected to the magic net center of Dragonstone Island. Yes, the Sea King and Dragonstone Island had discussed sending reinforcements to the King's Landing many times. No, this can't be true. Sea King Tormo's tall body seemed to have lost its backbone as it slumped weakly on the throne. It blankly glanced at the pale-faced ministers below and confirmed again. The kind people rejected the summons of the Sea Palace? They didn't reject the summons, but killed all the guards and messengers who entered the House of Black and White, the fat watchman Bizarro said in a trembling voice. The Sea King turned to the fat zebra man with a big head and a small face and asked in a trembling voice, Master Zanza, do you know about this? Zanza was the first Jahada of the Jujesnai people to complete the Great Unification, equivalent to Danny's Call King, so the zebra men liked to name their daughters with this name. Similar to the Westeros, the most repeated female name was Jenny. Master Zanza was the high priest of the Moon Singer Temple. Originally, if the Sea King wanted to see her, he would have to go to the temple in person, but this time the matter was too serious, and almost all the higher-ups of Bravos were gathered. Well, almost, but not all, because a tenth of the watchmen and professors were like the House of Black and White. After receiving the order, they refused to come to the Sea Palace. When the Faceless left Bravos en masse, I sensed a great crisis, and then I saw the truth in the prophecy. The old woman's thin, sallow face was full of guilt and sorrow. Why? Did the Moon Chanter Temple betray Bravos as well? The Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple are the three pillars of Bravos. What else do you want? What else are you not satisfied with? The tall, burly, and tenacious Sea King was howling in despair like a woman whose husband had died without leaving behind an heir. Chapter 998. Your Majesty, my lords, the Moon Chanter Temple is very prosperous in Bravos. We are very satisfied and grateful for the treatment we received today, but we don't have a big backer behind us. Zanya's eyes were filled with tears as he said with shame and sadness, I wanted to inform your Majesty at first, but the next moment, a bigger crisis came to my mind. What crisis? The Sea King suppressed his anger and said in surprise, did the Faceless from the School of Black and White threaten you? The old woman with a big head and a dry face smiled bitterly. How can the Faceless make me afraid? The crisis came from the gods and the Frost God. I discovered the secret of the School of Black and White through prophecy, and then the gods of the cities and the Frost God knew that I knew. They didn't want me to make it public immediately. In the prophecy, I saw the consequences of going against their will. Not only would I immediately meet with misfortune, but Bravos would also become the center of the zombie disaster. Isn't the Frost God in the Westeros? A doctor wondered. The old woman sighed. Our world is like a leaky house. The Westeros are at the door, and the Frost God and the other ghosts are outside. The other ghosts enter the door from outside, and the Frost God can only enter the house when they occupy enough space in the house. At that time, the Frost God and the Dragon Queen will be like the other gods, running wild in our world. Before that, the frost god can also have limited interference in the area of the house. Wherever the other ghosts go, it will be within the range of his interference. The most dangerous place is certainly in the Westeros, but there are also other ghosts in Braavos. If you had reported to the School of Black and White earlier, we would have eliminated the other ghosts immediately. Wouldn't we have cut off the frost god's tentacles? The Sea King said. Yes, since the frost god is still outside, why should we be afraid of his threats? The key keeper and the city doctor complained. You don't understand. The old woman stomped her walking stick and said quickly, I saw the consequences of attacking the School of Black and White in the prophecy. After the believers of the God of 1,000 Faces die, their bodies will be sent to the School of Black and White, where they will be skinned and stored in the tomb. The School of Black and White is equivalent to the tomb of Braavos. There are hundreds of faceless other ghosts and more than 100,000 corpses. Once the calamity of the living dead broke out, Braavos would fall within half a day. Do you know what happened to Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister? Even with the all-knowing three-eyed crow and the godlike dragon queen, a city with a population of several 100,000 was turned into a ghost town overnight. Isn't Braavos also in a precarious situation now? Is it about to be overturned? The Sea King asked in despair. No. The old woman shook her head with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? The faceless ghosts of the School of Black and White have long since left Braavos. They also took a large number of ghoul warriors with them. Ah. Everyone in the Ocean Palace had a strange look on their faces. The old woman shook her head and sighed. Of course I'm not an ignorant person. How can Braavos remain unscathed after the fall of Ursos? But I don't have the ability to spread the news. The Moon Singers originated from the Jujesnai grasslands and were priests of the Zebra tribe. Their history was shallow and they did not have any powerful gods to rely on. Any fiend god could barge into the divine temple and kill me. If I pretend to be deaf and dumb, I can still protect myself. If I'm stubborn, the result will not change, but the priests of the divine temple and I will die with no flaws. The Sea King was puzzled. Braavos is open to every god. Why are the gods doing this to us? The sad thing is that the gods are not targeting us at all. They seem to be playing a bigger game of chess, the old woman said helplessly. What plan is more important than the safety of the entire Ursos? The Sea King could barely suppress his anger. His eyes were red and his face was full of resentment. I'm not a god, so I don't know much about the secrets of the gods. I don't dare to ask, but it must have something to do with the Dragon Queen. Either we ask the Dragon Queen, or we go to the islands of the gods and ask the priests of the major temples. After thinking for a moment, the old woman suggested, Your Majesty, I suggest you gather all the priests together and have an honest talk. Whether Braavos can survive the long night depends on the help of the gods. The Dragon Queen will not help us. Why? Although the Dragon Queen has disagreements with us, she is still a human. She cares more about the survival of mankind than the gods. Whether she is a savior or not, at least she has been dealing with the deviants. When she found out about the Faceless Deviants conspiracy, she warned us immediately. The Sea King was puzzled. The Dragon Queen dares not leave the Westeros. The gods obviously want to harm her. Look at what happened to the teaching team. Your Majesty and the other lords should understand. The old Moon Singer said. The Sea King sighed and arranged for the court and the nobles to go to the islands of the gods to invite the priests of the major temples. When Valeglia ruled the world, she captured slaves like crazy. Other than the Westeros, even the distant Jujesnai grassland was the territory of the Dragon King's slave-catching team. The slaves came from different races and had different beliefs. Braavos was a city built by runaway slaves. Therefore, this city-state had the most liberal religious policy. The first generation of the Sea King even emptied an island in the center of the city to build temples for all the gods in the world. The powerful gods had temples, but more gods were forgotten by mankind. Only a small shrine was left, and countless other shrines were placed in the sanctuary, a big brick house covered in moss. The first to arrive was the Nas with black skin and golden eyes. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the god of harmony, never leaves Nas Island, nor does she participate in the disputes between the gods. I'm afraid she can't provide much help to Bravos. The Nas kowtowed. The Sea King also knew the style of the butterfly spirits in Nas Island, so he was not too regretful. He only asked, about the grudge between the gods and the Dragon Queen, can the god of harmony tell us a thing or two? The gods formed an organization called the Justice Alliance, claiming that the Dragon Queen is the king of the evil gods and will direct the long night of the gods at the end of the era. The Black Pinus said, I know all of this. Is there any more secret information? The Sea King asked. Your Majesty, my lord has never sent down an oracle. The above information is what I heard from other monks when I was visiting the islands of the gods. The Nas said helplessly. The Sea King waved his hand and told him to get lost. Your Majesty, my lord was killed by Chizang. You have to help us. The second to come in was a black-robed old woman with a pungent smell mixed with various perfumes. As soon as she entered, she cried to the Sea King with snot and tears. Priest Helen, the weeping lady has fallen. The Sea King was surprised. Your Majesty, the weeping lady is the goddess of Myrthea, just like the Holy Mother and the stranger of the seven gods. The weeping lady is the goddess of poison and death. The zebra man Zanza whispered. The weeping lady's image was an ugly old woman. It was a new clergy that the goddess had condensed in the last 1,000 years. It was still very far from the Song of Law and barely formed a clergy. Even the weeping lady can't beat Chizang. What can a mortal like me do? The Sea King waved his hand and the servant brought the old woman who had lost her deity away. Your Majesty, my lord's statue cracked 2 months ago. He. Sob sob sob. My lord was killed by Chizang long ago. The olive-skinned Tyroshi man wailed. The corner of the Sea King's mouth twitched. I heard that when Chizang stayed in Tyroshi, he accompanied the Grand Duke to the triangular tower to sacrifice 3 lambs. Chizang is the masked evil monk. His hypocrisy and shamelessness are known to the world. The priest of the 3-headed god cried. The Sea King waved his hand. Bring the priest to the side hall for a drink and relax. Your Majesty, my lord has fallen. The statue cracked. I can't sense his existence at all. Sob sob sob. The barefooted eunuch with a hood over his eyes cried with a sharp voice. The Sea King was stupefied. Was he killed by Chizang too? Maybe. I'm not sure. The eunuch said. The Sea King frowned. The blind god Bosi worships extreme desires and seeks justice. You even gave up your names and genitals. Why did you kill Chizang too? I don't know. Sob sob sob, the Sea King waved his hand. The eunuch was brought away. Another white-haired old priest walked into the hall with tears streaming down his face. The old priest did not say anything. He only gestured with his hands with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. God Silence's statue cracked too. Or was he killed by Chizang? The Sea King held his forehead and sighed. God Silence was the god of silence. He also had a stone temple on the islands of gods. The old priest nodded in despair. Even if the god he believed in had fallen, he did not give up on the teachings that he had persevered his entire life. The old zebra woman sighed. As long as it's a god that has fallen recently, there's no need to ask. They were all killed by Chizang's Holy Mother Palm. The Sea King waved his hand. The next high priest entered the hall. Sob sob sob. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The silver-leafed golden tree in Zeline's garden has withered. My lord has fallen. Sob sob sob, Zeline was a god. His statue was 100-foot-long gilded tree covered in silver leaves. The Sea King rubbed his face. He said helplessly, "Call them all in." The palace steward received the order. Soon, more than 50 elderly priests were brought in from outside the palace. There were all kinds of priest robes, colorful and colorful. There were all kinds of skin colors, black, white, brown, and yellow. Men and women, with a mess of accents. The Sea King said, "Tell me. Which temple's statue cracked, and then we can't sense the god?" "I." Sob, sob, sob. "My lord was killed by Qizong." Sob, sob, sob. "My lord's statue cracked a month ago." "Qizong. It must be Qizong. My lord also lost contact a month and a half ago. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. Qizong is a scoundrel. He murdered my lord." We and him, in an instant, the palace was in an uproar. Many priests wailed and complained about Qizong's viciousness. The Sea King's head swelled. He massaged his temples to get everyone to quiet down. Then, he changed his words. "Bravos is in great trouble now. We need the help of the gods. May I ask the priests, which of your gods is still alive and can be contacted immediately?" A large group of people stood below. However, all of them kept their mouths shut. They blinked and looked around. The Sea King also widened his eyes in anticipation. He looked around the crowd one by one. For a moment, the palace fell into an awkward silence. Could it be that all the gods went to hunt Qizong, and were all slapped into ashes by the Holy Mother's palm? Zanza, the old moon singer, found it absurd, but at the same time, he felt an awkward sense of joy. The Moon Singer Temple, with its weak foundation, could finally dominate Bravos? Cough, cough. "Your Majesty, may I know why you want to contact my lord?" After a long while, someone spoke. Chapter 999. The three foundations of Bravos were the Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple. The Iron Treasury and the House of Black and White lived up to their names, and the Moon Singer Temple was also heavily relied on by the Sea King. They had contributed greatly to the establishment and development of Bravos. In theory, the Moon Singer Temple was the head of all the temples on the Island of Gods, helping the Bravos government to control the supernatural world and the gods' faith. But the Moon Singer's foundation was too shallow. How long did the zebra people have? On the Island of Gods, any church of a certain scale had a longer history than the Moon Singer Temple. Most importantly, while others had the support of powerful gods, the Moon Singer Temple only had the incompetent Pale Moon Chu. Moreover, Pale Moon Chu was not from Jujesnai, nor was she a direct descendant of the Moon Singer Temple. Just like how Sansa had obtained the Moon Singer meditation technique from the dwarf, but she had no connection with the Moon Singer Temple. Now, the situation seemed to have reversed. The temple where the gods were killed by Qizong was far less powerful than the Moon Singer. Although it was a little awkward, the old zebra woman could not hide her strange joy. The old woman was surprised and happy, but the Sea King was completely shocked. Could it be that the gods of all the temples were killed by Qizong? Qizong is so terrifying. Just as he was thinking, an old priest standing in the corner of the crowd was embarrassed by the Sea King's stare. In fact, the Sea King only glanced at everyone and did not pay special attention to him. "Your Majesty, may I know why you are looking for my master?" The old priest in white shrunk his head and asked. The Sea King breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a god he could contact. "Bravos is facing deviant ghosts, and we need to seek help from the gods," he said hurriedly. Hearing this, the old priest in white also breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, don't worry. My master sent down an oracle to fight deviant ghosts a few years ago. We are willing to live and die with Bravos." "A few years ago?" The Sea King was shocked. You knew there were deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White a few years ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? The oracle to fight deviant ghosts was issued a few years ago. We only received the Holy Mother's warning about the faceless ones of the house turning into deviant ghosts this afternoon, the old priest in white explained quickly. Holy Mother. The Sea King carefully looked at the priest's white robe and finally saw a 7-pointed star the size of a baby's palm on his chest. Are you a cultivator from the outer realm, Saint Hall? The Sea King had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the group of priests around him and saw that they were all expressionless. However, their gazes on the white-robed cultivator in the corner were cold and vicious. At this moment, the Sea King gradually understood why he was the only one who stood out. There were many churches with living gods, but their priests were not sure if they could contact the Lord God immediately. On the other hand, as long as the archbishops of the 7 gods devoutly abstained from food and prayed, they would often be able to communicate with the Holy Mother to a limited extent. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by hunger, but they all believed that they had seen the Holy Mother. This was especially true for priests. They had received divine spells from the Holy Mother, and no one could refute them. Your Majesty, I believe in the 7 gods, but I'm also a Bravosi. The old monk said, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. The Sea King smiled awkwardly, and asked the old zebra woman beside the throne in a low voice, how should I address this priestess? Archbishop of the St. Hall, Priest Sterling. The old woman's lips moved, and her voice was almost inaudible, Your Majesty should have summoned him alone. Now that everyone is gathered together, if something were to happen, sigh, I've been neglecting the Church of the 7 gods. The Sea King looked around, and glanced at the chief swordsman who was hiding behind him, and whispered, when the priests leave the hall, arrange a few more guards for Bishop Sterling. Don't let him be killed. Yes, Your Majesty. The old zebra man's mouth twitched, and whispered, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I'm not afraid of Bishop Sterling being killed, but I'm worried that he will kill the priests who are provoking him. Bishop Sterling is so fierce. They have the advantage in numbers. Or does he know the Holy Mother's palm? The Sea King was shocked. I'm not sure if he knows the Holy Mother's palm, but he definitely knows the Almighty Dragon of Heaven. The priests have lost their god and most of their supernatural powers. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to defeat Sterling, who is blessed by the Holy Mother. I heard that guy went to the King's Landing for further training, and studied under the Big Sparrow for 2 years with Chizong, the old woman whispered. So he's Chizong's junior. How fearsome! The Sea King exclaimed. Your Majesty. Seeing the Sea King on the throne whispering to the old woman beside him, and even looking at him, Sterling could not help but ask, Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Oh, Bishop Sterling, I'm sorry. I've never heard of your name before, so I'm asking High Priest Zanza about you and the Saint Hall outside the realm. The Sea King laughed, and said frankly. Sterling was not offended by this. The Saint Hall outside the realm was only a small temple on the Isle of Gods, and it was only for Westeros sailors to pray. It was normal that the Sea King was not familiar with it. Then, the Sea King told him about the message from the Dragon Queen, the changes in the School of Black and White, the crisis Braavos was facing, and even the plan of the gods to hide the Frost God from the mortal kings and believers. I've gathered all the priests to ask about the attitude of the gods behind you. The Sea King's expression became bleak, but his tone became stern. Braavos has specially allocated an island for the gods to build temples, and all the temples have always been exempt from taxes. It can be said that we have revered the churches for more than 1,000 years, and this is how the gods repay Braavos. Your Majesty, I only found out about this today. Your Majesty, our Lord did not leave any oracle related to this. Is there some misunderstanding? A group of priests hurriedly defended themselves. All of them were sincere and did not seem to be lying. They were indeed not lying. Why would the gods report to them what they were doing? I don't care what the gods knew before, or what they intend to do. The Sea King waved his hand, silencing the noisy crowd. I'm only asking now. Bravos is facing a great crisis. Do the gods have any suggestions? Your Majesty, our lord has been killed by Qizong. Your Majesty, our lord's statue has cracked. He's most likely dead. What suggestions can they have? Half of the priests in the crowd wailed again. The Sea King sighed helplessly. Priests of the dead gods, please wait in the side hall. Let me deal with the urgent matter at hand. The 20 or so priests left, wiping their tears. Before leaving, they even glared at Sterling with venomous eyes. Seeing that there were still 20 or so priests left, the Sea King was delighted, but also puzzled. Since the gods you worship were not killed by Qizong, why did only Bishop Sterling come out? Your Majesty, I worship the Supreme Shepherd God, but she has never responded to me. So, I can't make decisions for her and provide help to Bravos, an honest middle-aged shepherd said. Seeing the Sea King's puzzled expression, the zebra priest immediately whispered, the Supreme Shepherd God is the sheep god that the Lazars worship. Like the horse god of the centaurs and the 7 gods of the Undulls, they are all new gods and wooden gods. Dani Rise and her Megalosaurus occupy the positions of the 7 gods and the horse god, but they look down on the sheep god. So, even if the Lazars join the big family of Slavers Bay and become the people of the Dragon Queen, there is still no real sheep god priest. So, it's considered lucky for an outsider to occupy the position of the main god? The Sea King frowned. Counting the hundreds of shrines in the sanctuary, more than 90% of the gods on the Islands of Gods can't respond to their believers. Having a god to rely on is better than believing in a piece of wood. The old priest Zanzer looked at Sterling enviously and whispered, besides, the Dragon Queen is a good person. Her teachings are the most in line with human nature and the laws of the kingdom. There is not much conflict with the regime, and she has never asked for blood sacrifices. Before the Battle of Myrene, the supernatural world despised the 7 gods because they had believed in a piece of wood their whole lives. Now, they did not even know that the main god's position had been replaced by a mortal. If someone told them the truth, they would punch them. Later, the Dragon Queen developed the priest system, and the supernatural's attitude changed for the first time. From contempt to jealousy, they were jealous of the priests of the 7 gods who gained practical benefits. Healing theurgy was a subversive reform in the supernatural world. It was like the Nokia era, when the iPhone suddenly appeared with an intelligent operating system. Until now, the priest system of the other churches remained unchanged and was still the old-fashioned beeper system. The priest system, however, was constantly updated and perfected day by day. It was already 13 years old. There were even many clergy options such as Winged Dragon Paladin and Witcher Paladin. How could the supernatural not be envious and jealous? Of course, after the Dragon Queen resisted the Frost God by herself and stabilized the situation in the Westeros, and after Qizong went on a killing spree in the Ursos continent, the supernatural could no longer be jealous of the 7 gods. Instead, they were simply in awe and envy. Especially those temples that did not have a powerful god behind them, they could not wait to submit an application to the Dragon Queen, come and usurp my god's position. The name of the gods and their teachings could be changed at will. Just like now, after the sheep priest awkwardly retreated, a dozen priests came forward one after another to explain the situation. We believe that the god we believe in is still alive, but he has never contacted us. We don't even know theurgy, so we can't help His Majesty the Sea King. In the end, there were only 9 priests left in the main hall. High Priest Robin, the Red God Temple is the head of all the temples, and the Red God is also unparalleled. Do you have any plans for Bravos? The Sea King looked at the red-robed priest first. Your Majesty, everyone knows about the Light King's attitude towards deviant ghosts, but now the priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire are in the Westeros, so I can't do anything. The red-robed old man said perfunctorily with a straight face. The Sea King furrowed his brows and said bluntly, Priest Robin, the Red God Temple occupies the largest island in the Gods Archipelago. It has the most believers and the most magnificent temple. You've received so many benefits. Now that Bravos is in trouble, don't you have anything to say? All of us monks are willing to follow your orders. The old man bowed. You can deal with the school of black and white. The Sea King was angry and raised his voice. What I want is His Majesty the Red God's position. The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord can save the world. Robin said emotionally. The Sea King said expectantly, His Majesty the Red God will deal with the deviant ghosts in the school of black and white. The Light King is a god, and no mortal can interfere with what a god does. High Priest Robin's expression was firm, and his tone was sincere. I believe that the Light King has arranged everything, and he will do what is best for the whole world and the overall situation of fighting deviant ghosts. The Sea King was angry, but he did not dare to fly into a rage. He could only look at the next priest, the priest of the god of poverty. The old man with the patched hood bowed and said, Your Majesty, I dare not lie to you. My lord has clearly joined the alliance of justice and order against Dragon Queen and Chizong, but my lord's position in the alliance of justice and order is not high, and he has to listen to the alliance leader's orders. Bishop Sterling glared at him. The Sea King sighed. The followers of the hooded walker were all poor, so they were called the god of poverty. Their divine power was not weak, but the old priest was not lying. In the alliance of justice and order, the god of poverty was not a big shot. He had to ask a priest of the alliance of justice and order. Chapter 1000. My lord, Moses and Sisiso have also joined the League of Justice. They don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Queen, but since all the gods have joined the League of Justice, my lord doesn't want to stand out, the priest of the bridge pier god said. Bravos was an enhanced version of Venice, with many bridges in the city. Every time a bridge was built, the two brothers, Moses and Sisiso, would be worshipped at the piers on both sides of the bridge. The priest of the weavers also said, My lord stands aloof from worldly affairs and is only interested in building labyrinths. But the League of Justice is the general trend, he has no choice but to join. After that, another priest stood up and said that his god had no choice in the League of Justice, and what he wanted to do was up to the League of Justice. At this time, only 3 priests remained, representing the Red Bull Akuan, the Mermaid King, and the Pale Holy Child. They were all big shots. Your Majesty, the Great Mermaid King didn't join the League of Justice, but he has done his duty for Bravos. Since the long night, the priests of the Mermaid King Temple have not been idle, the graceful middle-aged woman said seriously. The Sea King nodded, the priests of the Mermaid King had joined the Purple Sail Fleet long ago, searching for icebergs in the narrow sea and the trembling sea to guard against the other ghosts crossing the sea in ice boats. Moreover, the Mermaid King Temple was not as grand as the Red God Temple, nor was it as noble as the Moon Singer Temple. It could be said that it was a very low-key and ordinary small church. Of course, one could tell who the Mermaid King was from the name, he was neither ordinary nor low-key. However, the Inami did not like this identity, because the teachings of the Mermaid King were too normal, too harmonious, and not in line with her nature and divinity. The Iron Seed, which was better than hard work, was her true love. However, the Iron Seed represented destruction, and natural disasters, it was not suitable to be a savior. The Inami did not expect to be a savior, but the long night was coming, she had to fulfill some of the duties of a true god. Therefore, the decent priests of the Mermaid King came into being. The other ghosts that hid under the Sam ship used a large number of baker oysters to hide their breath to avoid the perception of the Inami. How about I beg your Majesty the Mermaid King for help, the Sea King asked sincerely. The mermaid priestess shook her head and said, We are only responsible for the defense of the sea. The deviants on land belong to the Dragon Queen. This is the oracle of His Majesty the Mermaid King. In the end, she added, between the seven gods' church and the alliance of justice, the mermaid king priest will not be involved. The Sea King had no choice but to look at the next person, the war god Baccarin. Baccarin, also known as the Pale Child, was worshipped by the soldiers of Ursos. The reason why he became the god of war was not because of any earth-shattering, magnificent military exploits, or because he wrote a military book such as Cabalan's 36 Stratagems. What was a soldier's greatest enemy? In this world, soldiers were most afraid of plagues. Even if they lost a battle, the nobles could ask their families to ransom them. The ordinary soldiers could either change their allegiance or be sold as slaves. There was no difference. But with the plague, the nobles were no different from ordinary people. They all had to die. It was said that the Pale Holy Child was related to the most common and terrifying Pale Mare in the army. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, many plagues originated from the gods. For example, being exposed to true god-level water divine power for a long time would cause ordinary people to get grayscale disease. The radiation disease and deformed children in Valeglia originated from true god-level fire divine power. In the future, Dani would also encounter a plague caused by true god-level earth divine power. In fact, she had encountered it before, but she just didn't notice it. The plague of wind divine power did not appear, not because wind divine power was harmless to ordinary people, but because the inheritance of the wind god had never been broken, and the wind divine power had always been under control. Before the death of the mother of the Lone River, gray-scale disease did not exist in the world. After the catastrophe of Valeglia, the land of long summer was cursed. Strictly speaking, the red mist of desire that exploded thousands of sausages in the square of Reese's palace that day was also a plague. Just like the crown and Ebola, they were both plagues, but different in their severity. High-energy divine power was not harmful, what was harmful was uncontrollable high-energy divine power. The Pale Holy Child felt this and did the opposite. He deliberately studied a type of uncontrollable divine power, the Song of Plague. The soldiers worshipped the Pale Holy Child not out of respect, but out of fear. It was the same as worshipping the god of plagues. Your Majesty Sea King, my Lord Baccarin's divine power is unparalleled, and he is one of the leaders of the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, the matter of the deviant ghosts is decided by His Majesty Lalo and Night Lion, the old man in the five-colored priest robe said. The red-robed monk did not reply, and only frowned. The Sea King sighed and looked at the last priest. King Akun also listens to the Light King and Night Lion? My Lord Akun did not join the Alliance of Justice and Order of the Gods. The Red Bull Akun's priest wore an ochre robe and a bull mask, and looked very unconventional. The Sea King did not have much hope, but after hearing this, he was immediately energized and asked, how can King Akun help Bravos? The Red Bull priest glanced at Sterling and the Red God priest Robin, and said, it is not that my lord does not want to help Bravos deal with the deviant ghosts, but the root of the Red Bull Church is in the Jade Sea. The various cities in the Jade Sea are also the targets of the faceless deviant ghosts. Just like the seven gods protect the Westeros, my lord Akun also has his own hometown. This. The Sea King was stunned. He suddenly thought of a terrifying fact from the Red Bull priest's words. Even if the gods were willing to help the humans survive the long night calamity, they had to protect their hometown first. Bravos had only been established for 1,000 years, and was not the hometown of any gods. Bravos has worshipped the gods for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. How can we neglect the gods? The Sea King's voice was sad and angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with all the gods who were watching from the sidelines. The Red Bull priest thought that the Sea King was targeting him, and said, Your Majesty, the Red Bull Akun temple only has 3 tiled houses and a big yard. Usually, the church only slaughters a white-haired heifer for activities. They even sacrifice once every 13 days, and the blood of the slaughtered heifer is given to the beggars to drink, and the meat is divided among the believers nearby. Bravos does not waste much of its wealth. The Sea King looked at the two high priests who consumed the most resources, the moon chanter Zanza and the red-robed monk Robin. One was not useful, and the other was not useful. Then, he looked at the bishop of the seven gods, Sterling, and could not help but feel a little envious. Your Majesty, although my Lord Akun cannot come to Bravos, he can tell your Majesty the gods' plan. The Red Bull priest suddenly said. Please teach me. The Sea King's eyes lit up, and he immediately said. This was one of the reasons why he summoned the high priests of the temples. The red-robed monk Robin's face changed slightly, and he looked at the Red Bull priest with a hint of warning. The Red Bull priest acted as if he did not see it, and said in a complicated tone, at first, the gods did not realize that the Faceless One had collected the deviant ghost babies, and they did not know that the Faceless One was bold enough to attempt to obtain the secret of death by raising deviant ghosts. Well, Frost God is death. Later, the Faceless One obtained a meditation technique called Death Scripture, but it was difficult to get started. The Faceless One, who yearned for the power of death, became even crazier, and even took the initiative to sacrifice himself to Frost God and accept his transformation. In the end, a trace of Frost Gods will quietly descended on the little deviant ghost, and gradually the whole black-white school was in the palm of his hand. The Faceless One practiced the tampered death scripture and became a deviant ghost. At that time, the sun just went out, and even if the gods found the fierce fluctuations of the River of Fate, they only thought that the long night was about to begin at the Great Wall of the northern region, and did not notice the changes in Bravos. Until the black-white school began to send out the faceless deviant ghosts. The movement was too big, and the gods finally noticed. But even if they warned the humans, it was too late, because the deviant ghosts had already dispersed. At least it can minimize the losses. The Sea King said in a low voice. The Red Bull priest nodded and sighed. It can reduce the losses of the humans, but it can't maximize the benefits of the gods. Do the gods not want to end the long night? The Sea King said in disbelief. No, the gods basically want the long night to end as soon as possible, but they want to get something in the long night. What is it? The destiny of a savior. The Red Bull priest said in a low voice, everyone knows about the conflict between the gods and the Dragon Queen. At present, the Dragon Queen is the most likely to end the long night, and then gain the admiration of the people and the favor of the will of the world. The gods are not interested in the admiration of the people, but they want to snatch the merit of saving the world bestowed by the world. The fall of the Ursos continent has two benefits for the gods. First, the Dragon Queen will save the Westeros, and the gods will save the rest of the world. When the long night ends, the gods will have more merit. The Sea King, the old zebra man, Sterling, and the others all opened their mouths wide, stunned. The red-robed monk Robin said darkly, Bull Priest, blasphemy against the gods is a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. The Red Bull priest smiled coldly, this is the oracle of my master, Alcuin. Even if Lalo comes personally, he will not be able to make me shut up. The Sea King narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, Priest Robin, I would like to listen to Red Bull Alcuin's teachings. The red-robed monk's face turned green and white. He glared at the bull priest, and said no more. The bull-masked priest continued, the second reason is more important. The whole world is suffering, and the whole world hopes for the sun to appear again. However, with the Dragon Queen's current realm, she cannot summon the sun in a short time. Therefore, she will bear the pressure of the whole world. The gods want her to be condemned by everyone, and die without a cause. This. The Sea King's face was filled with ridicule. Why do they have to do this? Why do they have to do this? Chizong has killed so many gods, why do they have to do this? The battle of the gods is just this cruel. The Red Bull priest sighed. How can she die without a cause? Sterling asked anxiously. Unless the Dragon Queen can chant the complete Song of Fire in a short period of time, otherwise, when the long night ends and the sun is unable to be summoned, the entire human race and the entire world will force her to sacrifice herself to help the King of Light. This was the first time Sterling heard about helping the Light King, but he roughly understood what the priest meant. The Dragon Queen cannot summon the sun, but she can ask the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is omnipotent, he said doubtfully. The bull priest's lips opened and closed a few times, but he stopped. This was because he suddenly recalled a story that was widely circulated on the Islands of Gods. One day, Sterling was chatting with a few warriors from other churches, and they mocked him for not even knowing that the Holy Mother's true identity was the Dragon Queen, so how could he be an archbishop? He immediately used the great mighty dragon of heaven, and broke the bones and tendons of the burly swordsman. You can ask the Holy Mother yourself. He did not feel that he was more resistant to beatings than the swordsman. Chapter 1001. After sending out the warning, the Dragon Queen gathered her officials to discuss how to deal with the coming catastrophe. Actually, there was only one topic: how to support the trading cities. Well, the question of whether or not to support them was not even considered. As long as Dany was not out of her mind, she would not refuse to help. Even the people of Bravos had been discussing how to support the king's landing with their own rations. The Dragon Queen could not be less knowledgeable than them. Don't forget, half of the western continent of Ursos belonged to her. Slave Bay, Horse King City, and Queen's Corner were all in Ursos. Moreover, if Ursos fell, the Frost God would be able to occupy more of the heavenly axiom of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Not just the Westeros heavenly axiom, but the entire world. That was why Dany had to support the free trade city-states. The problem was, how? After discussing with the officials of Dragonstone Island, Dany quickly came up with a preliminary decision. First, provide each city with enough atonement scrolls and dragon crystal weapons to ensure the fighting spirit and ability of the people of the city. Secondly, he would transfer some of the experienced volunteers from Westeros to the free trade city-states to serve as instructors for the city guards. Finally, select a group of priests of the seven gods who had mastered the Eye of Justice to guard the newly built churches in the cities. With the Eye of Justice, they would investigate the faceless people and other ghosts in the cities. Moon Singer Zanza was at least right about one thing: the Dragon Queen did not dare to personally help the city of Ursos. She was afraid of being stabbed in the back. It was not that the Westeros had higher moral integrity than the people of Ursos, but mainly because of their faith. In the Westeros, no matter how low the moral integrity of the nobles were, after all, they had been believers of the seven gods for their entire lives. Their values and morals were in line with the teachings of the seven gods, although most of the time, they did things that went against their own values. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms wanted to murder the Dragon Queen, it would definitely be for political reasons, and politics was the art of compromise. As long as the nobles did not lose their minds, they would not stab the Dragon Queen in the back when she was helping them defend the city. In most cases, they would be subdued by the Queen's charisma and power. In the past, even some of the lesser lords had looked down on the Mad King's daughter. Now, even the most stubborn Randall Tarley and Madame Stoneheart, who had lost her kindness, were convinced by her. But in the city-states of the Narrow Sea, other than political factors, what could influence the decisions of those in power was actually faith. Politics can be compromised, but faith is blind and resolute. Even if the Prince of Trade knew rationally that the Dragon Queen was helping them deal with the deviant ghosts and saving their city, once the gods intervened, reason and everything else would be replaced by faith. Believers were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their beliefs, so why would they care about their rationality? Care about the safety of the city? Therefore, if the Dragon Queen could overturn the seas and rivers in the Westeros, she would rather have two heads when she went to the free trade city-states. The other head would be on guard against the arrows from the back. She did not have two heads. That was why she didn't dare to rescue Ursus. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she would still provide great support to the free trade city-states. That afternoon, the Sea King was still having a meeting with the priests. Blackie led 30 pterosaurs to form the Sky Army, carrying millions of atonement scrolls and hundreds of tons of dragon crystal weapons. They started from Bravos and went all the way south, dropping supplies to the great cathedral in every city. Well, they weren't airdropped in the palace, but handed over to the 7 sacred halls in the city-states. When the supplies were airdropped, the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island had not yet flown to the palaces of the city-states. The next day, the combination of 2 priests and 2 holy knights began to descend on the great cathedral in each city-state. The priests preached, explaining the current dire situation to the people, as well as the appearance, characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the deviant ghosts. The holy knights recruited warriors to form the church's armed forces, publicly teaching combat skills against the deviant ghosts, providing free dragon crystal weapons, and arming the city guards. The whole of the western continent of Ursus was shocked by the news announced by the Dragon Queen. Before they could recover from the shock, they were shocked by her efficiency and generosity. So swift and decisive, as expected of the Dragon Queen. Before the meeting with the priests ended, the Sea King received the news that the Dragon Queen had airdropped supplies against the deviant ghosts. While the Sea King was happy, he was also a little embarrassed. His work efficiency was too low. But soon, Dani was embarrassed too. She hurriedly airdropped supplies, sent priests, and sent hundreds of Westeros volunteer knights after obtaining the consent of the princes of the city-states. The people of the city-states were in a state of panic. They were on alert in every alley, checking every house day and night, and soldiers were on guard both inside and outside the city. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, and after half a month of torment, nothing happened, and not a single faceless deviant ghost was found. Of course, the princes and grand dukes of the city-states did not suspect that the Dragon Queen was lying, because the people of Bravos had already proven that the faceless deviant ghost incident was not a misunderstanding. The Sea King began to take action that day, piling up sandbags to encircle the House of Black and White, and throwing kerosene bombs to burn the House of Black and White. But as soon as Jia Kuan's identity was exposed, the Frost God sent a message to all the faceless deviant ghosts. At this time, there were not many deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White. The Sea King's attack on the House of Black and White seemed to have lit a fuse that broke the tacit understanding on the surface. The deviant ghosts then launched a tide of the living dead in the slums. There were also faceless disguised as assassins, madly assassinating the nobles, doctors, and key keepers in the city. More than a dozen nobles were wiped out, and even the Sea King was assassinated twice, and a chief swordsman died. Half a month had passed, and not only did the tide of corpses in Bravos not subside, but it was also slowly but surely spreading in all directions like moldy spots. Fortunately, Bravos was made up of many islands, and it was easier to divide the cataclysm area. What happened in Bravos clearly told everyone that the faceless deviant ghosts were real, and the Dragon Queen was not lying. After that, they found that the tombs of famous warriors inside and outside the city were empty, and a large number of babies were missing, which proved one thing: their city was on the verge of crisis, and it might fall tomorrow, or their families might be torn apart by the corpses in the next moment. If terror came, they would numb their nerves and deal with it. But now, terror was hanging over their necks like a guillotine, and it could fall down at any moment. The terror became more and more terrifying, and it made people anxious. The princes, grand dukes, royalty, nobles, trade princes, freedmen, and slaves in the city-states were all in a state of anxiety and fear, and they began to frantically search for a way out. Then, a secret message from the Sea King's palace about the gods spread like a plague, quickly spreading through the major city-states of Ursos. 6,000 years ago, the mandate of heaven had predicted that Dani Rise would sacrifice herself to help Lalo end the long night quickly. Now, the Dragon Queen was afraid of death and resisted the mandate of heaven, but the gods insisted on the original track of fate. So, the two sides were in conflict, and countless creatures in the world were used as chess pieces to play a game of savior. Just as the Dragon Queen announced to the public, the gods knew that the faceless deviant ghosts were scattered in the cities, but they still pretended to be deaf and dumb, and did not care. It was because they wanted to fight for the title of savior, and they wanted to force the Dragon Queen to return to the path set by the mandate of heaven. Another week passed, and in front of the Pentos Holy Church, there was suddenly a group of civilians sitting quietly to show their power. They did not make a fuss, and they held up signs that said, "Obey the mandate of heaven, end the long night, and quell the wrath of the gods," and with numb and hateful eyes, they stared at every monk and believer entering and leaving the holy church. When the Dragon Queen heard about this, she was more surprised than angry, and through the center of the magic net, she gathered all the holy church bishops in the free trade city-states for a meeting. Sigh. There were many people in the Sea King's palace at that time, and when the Red Bull priest Nyo Ben revealed the secrets of the gods, everyone was very shocked, and they would definitely tell the people around them. Then the news spread, and everyone knew about it. Bishop Sterling said to the glass candles that were shining with milky white holy light. The cause of the incident was the mysterious news that the Red Bull priest exposed. However, the Red Bull priest did not encourage the people to force the Dragon Queen to sacrifice herself for others, and he only objectively explained the conflict between the Dragon Queen and the gods. After understanding the purpose of the gods, some people scolded the gods for being vicious, saying that they had worshipped them for thousands of years in vain, and since then they no longer believed in the gods that joined the Alliance of Justice. Even more people were pressured by the threat of the deviant ghosts, but they never dared to resent the gods, and only hoped that as a mortal, the Dragon Queen would consider the big picture, follow the will of heaven, sacrifice herself, and help the Red God. This way, they would be able to escape the calamity of the faceless deviant ghosts. There was more than one person with this idea, and even more than a group of people. Not only Pentos, I also heard similar rumors in Tylosai, and it seems that the Grand Duke of Tylosai is behind this. The Holy Church Bishop of Tylosai said worriedly. "I think we should take countermeasures, we can't let such rumors continue to spread." The Holy Church Bishop of Myre said seriously. The Holy Church Bishop of Pentos said angrily, "Those people are crazy, His Majesty has always been at the forefront, fighting on the front line against the deviant ghosts. What is Lalo doing? What can he do? What are the gods doing? They know that the faceless deviant ghosts are spreading everywhere, but they don't report it, raising bandits for their own sake. Can such gods be trusted? Your Holiness, how about you cancel the Holy Church of Pentos and let me return to the King's Landing? I'm not afraid of sacrifice, but I really don't want to sacrifice myself for such a Pentos person." The Holy Church bishops were all furious, but as the person involved, the Dragon Queen wasn't too angry. It wasn't that she didn't have a temper. A long time ago, when Pale Moon Chu Nu came to turn herself in, she was told the Alliance of Justice's plan, to end the long night first, then use their power to pressure her, forcing her to bear the pressure of the entire world. At the time, she was already angry, but now it was just a prediction that became reality. Yep, it was a few years earlier than predicted. The gods originally planned to end the deviant ghost king by summoning the sun to force her. Who would have thought that the human's performance was even worse than what the gods predicted? Before the deviant ghost king was killed, they were already urging her to sacrifice herself for the big picture. If she really sacrificed herself, would Lalo be able to end the long night immediately? The Dragon Queen sighed and ordered the Holy Church bishops, from today onwards, imitate the King's Landing Holy Church of Baylor, and transform your respective holy churches into castles. Try not to go out and preach as much as possible, and don't go door to door to distribute dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. If they need them, let them go to the Holy Church to get them. Moreover, the atonement scrolls and weapons are no longer free, even if it's only a copper coin, you have to pay for it. As for you, gather the true believers and stay in the Holy Church to recite scriptures, accumulate magic slots, and wait for the corpse tide. Your Holiness, wouldn't this be too passive? A bishop asked. The Dragon Queen warned seriously, you have to understand one thing: the number one enemy of humans has always been the deviants. The gods are shallow and despicable, the civilians are cowardly and ignorant. Is the Church of the Seven Gods, the light of human civilization, as ignorant and shallow as them? In a split second, the archbishop's blood surged, and their emotions surged. Yes, the civilians and the nobles are ignorant and cowardly, the gods are cunning and evil, only the seven gods, only the disciples of the Church of the Seven Gods, can truly save the world. Even if they walk alone in the long night, they have to be like Her Holiness the Pope, and maintain a pure and holy heart. As soon as she went offline, the Dragon Queen called Dr. Marwin, gnashing her teeth. I have unwillingness and resentment in my heart, I want revenge, I want to take the initiative to attack, help me contact Fat Sam. Chapter 1002. In the past few years, Sam's life had been pretty good. When he brought the female savage Jilly to the old town, he didn't want to stay in the City of Knowledge for long. Before leaving the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge could still be maintained. Sam didn't mind getting a necklace and becoming an official scholar. But after a long journey to the City of Knowledge, he realized that even in the old town, where the scholars were based, the scholars were no longer respected by the people. Not only did they lose their honor, they were also like rats, carefully hiding underground. At any moment, there was the danger of being assassinated by Faceless and being captured by bounty hunters and sent to the naked streets of the Holy Church. At that moment, the glorious image of the scholars in Sam's heart was shattered. After Sir Ace was killed by the doctor, he immediately prepared to bring Jilly back to his hometown. But not only did the doctor not let him go, he even added more responsibilities to him. The first person to kill a deviant ghost became the symbol of the City of Knowledge, the representative of the scholars. The deviant ghosts became an undeniable fact. The arrival of the Long Night proved how stupid the City of Knowledge's previous actions were. If the City of Knowledge wanted to save itself, it had to start with the reform of the leadership. The old scholars of the City of Knowledge had offended the Dragon Queen and lost their credibility in the hearts of the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The doctor understood that if he wanted to save the City of Knowledge, he had to at least let the person at the helm of the City of Knowledge gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Then, he realized that there was no one more suitable than Sam Tully. Firstly, Sam was a noble, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. His identity as a night watchman and his experience in fighting deviant ghosts would also be liked by the people. Secondly, Sam was smart, studious, simple, and never lacked courage in crucial moments. In the Seven Kingdoms, he was a rare talent. Among the apprentices of the City of Knowledge, he was a first-class talent. Lastly, Sam's relationship with the Dragon Queen was good. Thus, Sam was forced to stay in the City of Knowledge and was nurtured by the scholars as the young master of the City of Knowledge. When the Great Wall collapsed and deviant ghosts rampaged in the north, the doctor confessed to the people of the Seven Kingdoms, "I am guilty, I thought that the Long Night and deviant ghosts were stories made up by the northerners. I am guilty, I represented the City of Knowledge to bear all the responsibility of the scholars during the dance of the Blood Dragon. I am guilty, the ideal of the real world, of the City of Knowledge was too absurd, I am guilty." The doctor of the City of Knowledge admitted to 7 major crimes in total. Then, he went to the Starry Sanctuary next door to lose his hair and become a monk. The Starry Sanctuary did not simply allow him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. They also took him for a parade to atone for his sins. Since the old doctor voluntarily surrendered himself, Archbishop John left him a pair of underpants to cover his private parts. After parading through the streets, the old professor also served as an ascetic in the Holy Church. He was barefoot, dressed in linen clothes, given clean water and bread, given a wooden bed in a shack, and received 997 karma. The old professor resigned to atone for his sins, and Sam's life began. He became the fastest apprentice to be promoted to a bachelor, and then immediately advanced from a bachelor to a doctorate at a record-breaking speed. In less than a month, he became the youngest person in history to be elected as the head of doctorates in the City of Knowledge. When the Battle of King's Landing ended, his younger brother Dickon died in battle, his father joined the Sons of Warriors, and Fat Sam suddenly became the acting Earl of Hornhill. When Danny participated in the Honey Wine River tournament, Dickon was already married. When he died in battle a few years later, he was already the father of 2 children. It was just that his son was too young to fulfill the responsibilities of an earl in the long night, so Uncle Sam temporarily took over the position of the city lord and earl. Before the deviant ghosts of the western region rushed into the riverbend, Sam was still reforming the City of Knowledge in the Old Town. Since then, the City of Knowledge had established a connection with Dragonstone Island. Every time Fatty encountered a major event, he would ask the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen was not there, he would ask Dr. Malvern for advice. When the Dragon Queen formed a volunteer group in the riverbend, Fat Sam took the initiative to lead a large number of scholars upstream to the city with the most severe disaster. In his spare time, he opened a magic school, and in wartime, he fought against the ghouls on the city wall. When he retreated, he could teach and educate people, and when he advanced, he could kill the enemy. Unknowingly, the once cowardly and timid Fat Sam gradually grew into the heir that his father had always looked forward to. Well, even though Fat Sam had made a lot of progress now, Randall Tarley was still not satisfied with his only remaining son. Because Fat Sam, who shouldered the 2 great jobs of a night watchman and a scholar, actually had 3 illegitimate children with a female savage. His eldest son was raised on Dragonstone Island as the adopted son of Count Balin of Blackwater. His daughter had just turned 1 year old this year, and his 3rd son was still in the womb of Savage Jilly. He was 3 months old, and his gender was unknown. Scholars and night watchmen both had sacred vows to not marry and not have children. Now that the people of the 7 kingdoms knew that his son was an oath-breaker, how could the paladin commander not be angry? When the Dragon Queen held a great trial in the fairy city, Randall specially wrote a letter to the queen, requesting that the queen also put his oath-breaker's son on trial. He even suggested that the queen should treat Fat Sam like those blacklisted professors, and arrange for bounty hunters to arrest him. Even if they did not want him to be publicly exposed, they should at least force him to lose his hair and become a monk. Danny refused. Compared to the City of Knowledge's dragon-slaying plan, the War of the Usurpers, and the death of the Mad King, Sam's trivial matter was not qualified to be discussed in the Great Council. A case that even a county magistrate could decide, how could the queen waste her time? Furthermore, Westeros had a total of 4 professions that required one to make sacred vows to not marry and not have children. They were scholar, white knight, monk, and night watchman. Fat Sam was already half of them. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Sir Manager, Professor Marwyn of Dragonstone Island sent a letter. That evening, Fat Sam had just finished his magic class and was eating dinner with his wife, daughter, sister-in-law, nephew, mother, and sister when he heard Scholar Leo's voice from outside the door. Geographically, Hornhill was located in the middle of the river. The Crimson Mountain Range divided the Monday River Plain in the north and the Honey Wine River Plain in the south. Hornhill was built on the Crimson Mountain Range and guarded the important pass that connected the 2 plains. Therefore, Hornhill was an important stronghold to stop the deviants from entering the Honey Wine River Plain. When the scholars went north to support the castles, Fat Sam naturally chose his hometown. Because of Fat Sam's identity as the City of Knowledge's manager, Hornhill also became the headquarters of the anti-ghost scholars. Fat Sam smiled comfortingly at his family and climbed down from the wide bed. He put on his leather boots and walked out the door. There was a fireplace in the living room, but the hall was too empty. Fat Sam had just walked out of the warm side hall when he was chilled by the cold air. "What is it?" Sam asked on the way to the crow's nest. Leo shook his head. I don't know either. Fat Sam did not have magic talent, so he had to go to the crow's nest to communicate with the glass candle. There was an unwritten rule in the Westeros nowadays that only the scholars who could activate the glass candle were qualified to manage the ravens. Compared to the traditional ravens, the glass candle communication was too fast and convenient. Did you see Miss Margaret when you returned to the old town this time? Sam rolled up his sleeves and walked on the snow in the courtyard. She's not crazy. Leo exhaled a puff of white smoke and said directly. He was the one who bought Rosie's first knight, Leo Tyrell, nicknamed Lazy Leo. He was the junior of Black Girl Larissa and one of Marwyn's apprentices. In terms of seniority, Leo was Margaret's uncle. That's scarier than being crazy. Sam's eyebrows showed a hint of worry. After the Battle of the 100 Teams, the situation in the Riverbend has stabilized and nothing major has happened in the past few months. However, we did not win the final victory. The temperature is dropping day by day, and the faceless deviants are causing trouble on the other side of the strait. You know that, right? The continent of Ursos is in danger and could collapse at any time. Therefore, the Riverbend must not be disturbed during this period of time. Don't worry. She may be restless, but the old man in the old town and Horace Redwyn are not fools. Horace. Sam muttered. I really hope that his father, Earl Pixter, is still alive. The Green Pavilion Island is a mess now. It's not serving the purpose of the Riverbend at all. Horace was the eldest son of Earl Pixter. He had a generous face full of freckles. His abilities were as mediocre as his looks. In the early years, when Randall Tully was desperate for an heir, he had thought of sending Sam to the Green Pavilion Island to be his adopted son. Unfortunately, not everyone of the same age could become Robert and Ide. Horace not only failed to guide Sam in the good direction, but also bullied and humiliated him, making him even more autistic and cowardly. Not long after, the fatty returned to his hometown in tears, looking like a coward. No one would have thought that after growing up, the two of them would have completely opposite experiences. Fat Sam had won a lot of praise in the Riverbend over the past few years, while the smart and brave Horace was despised and cursed by all the Riverbend nobles. Horace's abilities are a little weak, but the chaos in the Green Pavilion Island can't be blamed on him. There were too many refugees. Leo was now Sam's follower, but he was in the same circle as Horace back then. Sam shook his head. Look at Taz Island. Its geographical environment and development are far inferior to the Green Pavilion Island, but it's thriving under Madame Sansa's rule. Not only does it accept the refugees from the Stormlands, but even the commoners and nobles in the royal territory and the River Bend can find a way to survive there. They organize the craftsmen to make glass and build glass shelters on a large scale. They arrange for the people to dig caves to live in or grow mushrooms. They form fleets to fish in the ocean and fish for kelp in the coastal waters. There are more than 600,000 people on the island. Everyone has a job and food to eat. It's well arranged. Look at the Green Pavilion Island. It only accepts less than 100,000 refugees, but it sends out letters every day to the River Bend nobles and the Dragon Queen for food and fleets. I've sent 10 scholars to help him, and the day before yesterday, he sent a letter asking for more scholars. He can't even copy Madame Sansa's homework. Leo could not refute. He could only sigh. Horace can be considered average, but the women in the Westeros are especially outstanding in recent years. If Horace marries Marjorie, I guarantee that he'll be able to take care of the Green Pavilion Island. Sam stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, whose idea is this? Leo's eyes flashed. He probed, Marjorie has this idea. Horace has always been in love with her, but the High Court Rose back then did not like him at all. Does Horace know that she poops in public? Sam was a little embarrassed. Don't even talk about watching her shit. That guy is even willing to lick it for her, Leo said absent-mindedly. Sam felt disgusted. He frowned and asked, Count Hathor agreed. Leo said heavily, Marjorie's mother is his biological daughter. Under the premise that it doesn't endanger the Hathar family, of course he hopes that his granddaughter can have a good ending. You know Horace's character. He doesn't have the ability to covet the position of the High Court Lord. I'll help you ask Dr. Marwan, Sam said. He knew that Leo represented Tyrell's branch family and hoped that Marjorie could have a good home. Chapter 1003. The Queen has already handed Marjorie over to Hyder. As long as she completes 5 years of penance, she can marry anyone. Her Majesty doesn't mind at all. Of course, if anything happens, the Hyder family will be held responsible, Marwan said directly from the other end of the glass candle. Sam nodded and asked, Doctor, do you have any instructions for me today? Marwan first told him about the situation in Narrow Sea City before saying, I'm not sure if there's an evil god fanning the flames, but the public opinion in the Free City is very unfavorable to the Queen and the Church. The people of Ursos are ignorant and weak. Their rationality has been devoured by fear, and they have ignored the Queen's efforts in fighting the other ghosts. They even think that the gods can end the long night immediately. Another time, the Queen will use blood and fire to wake them up. But now, our real enemy is the other ghosts. The other ghosts and the living cannot coexist. So, even if we know that the people of Ursos are stupid allies, we have to do our best to help them. If we don't help them today, they will become the living dead tomorrow and will only strengthen the other ghosts. This is really... Sam shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before today, I never knew that the gods were so close to the mortal world. It's hard to imagine that they would work together to fight the Dragon Queen. I also can't understand why they would be so unscrupulous and disregard the big picture for the sake of the Queen. Don't think too highly of the gods. They are just mortals with extraordinary talents. Marwan sighed. When I first heard that Chizong killed the guardian of Pentos, I was just like you now. My worldview that I had held onto for decades was shattered. But as Master Chizong killed more and more gods, I gradually became numb and started to reconstruct my worldview. Sam was stunned. You want the City of Knowledge to change the public opinion? Why not explain it to the Prince of the Trading City? The Queen doesn't want to completely tear down the face of the gods. The faceless other ghosts will erupt sooner or later. Even if the gods have other goals, they still want to fight against the other ghosts. If the Queen personally exposed the truth of the gods and trampled on their dignity, the gods would be so angry that they might just quit. Then, Ursos would really be finished. At the end of the day, it was only the gods' plan to force the Queen to obey their orders. The public opinion in the city of Ursus might not necessarily be related to them. If it's a storm of public opinion caused by the bad habits of humans, there's no reason for the gods to take responsibility. After a pause, Marwan waited for Fat Sam to digest the information before continuing. The City of Knowledge belongs to a third party and is always separated from the Queen. Everyone in the world knows that scholars are bold and unafraid of death. They hate gods and supernatural powers, so it's not strange for them to do crazy things. This sounded uncomfortable, but it was the absolute truth. Sam couldn't refute. His fat face twitched as he asked helplessly, what should I do? Marwan twisted his bull neck a few times and smiled. In the name of the City of Knowledge, through writing novels, dramas, history books, theological analysis, and other means, we will expose the truth of the gods to all humans. I'm afraid you won't be able to fool an expert if you make things up. Ursos is not a Westeros. There are many supernatural beings there who know the secrets of the gods, Sam said hesitantly. Don't make things up. Just tell the truth. But the scholars only know how to make things up. If the City of Knowledge had the truth, the Westeros wouldn't be in an advanced position, Sam said awkwardly, his fat face red. His words were so honest that Marwan was speechless. His bull neck also turned red. It's different this time. I'll guide you in writing history. After following the Dragon Queen for so many years, I've learned a lot of truths about the world. What truths? Sam asked curiously. The last long night lasted a generation, and Lalo was at the peak of his power. He was a powerful true god who could sing the Song of Fire. Even at his peak, Lalo needed a generation to end the long night. This long night is scarier, and it will last longer. Therefore, the idea of forcing the queen to sacrifice herself to fulfill our Hiller was very foolish. Even at his peak, Lalo couldn't end the long night and summon the sun immediately, let alone now. The Dragon Queen can end the long night in 10 years. Sam was enlightened. That makes sense. And look at the Westeros now. Tens of thousands of Red God priests have gathered at the King's Landing, but they can't even take care of the King's Landing. The Queen, on the other hand, can launch an earth-shattering battle. Sam nodded again, deeply agreeing with him. The contrast was too obvious. Even a blind man could see the difference. In the last battle at Winterfell, the failure was because Lalo wasn't strong enough. Before the Frost God could cast the forbidden spell, he was beaten to a pulp. Then, the Dragon Queen turned the tide and resisted the forbidden ice spell. This wasn't the truth. It wasn't that Lalo wasn't strong enough, but that the Dragon Queen wanted to snatch his Song of Light, and the two had an internal conflict. But Lalo couldn't explain it. He was destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of his life. If the gods were really omnipotent, why would they form the Righteous Alliance? This logic is just like how the various cities formed an alliance to deal with Slave Bay. Isn't it obvious who's stronger? The people of Ursus gave up the warm help of the strongest queen and instead begged for the help of a cold and heartless fake god. Isn't that laughable? Marvin said proudly. These words were also a partial generalization. When the Righteous Alliance was formed, the Dragon Queen hadn't even comprehended a domain. She was far from being the strongest in the world, and she wasn't even a match for the Night Lion. At that time, there were no less than 10 evil gods who could defeat her. But no evil god could guarantee that they would be able to take the queen's life without suffering any injuries. The Dragon Queen had the gift of time and space given by the Megalosaurus and the Door God. This guaranteed that she would be able to escape safely when she was powerless. The key to annihilating the Dragon Queen was never whether they could defeat her, but how to ensure that she couldn't escape. Today, 100 evil gods went to kill the Dragon Queen. 10 of them died, and she was finally forced to the end of her rope. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood with much difficulty and said, "You win. I admit defeat, but I will be back." Then, with a whoosh, she opened a dimensional door and ran away. The divinity of the 10 evil gods was completely enough to heal her injuries and make up for the damage to Blackheat caused by forcefully opening the dimensional door. There was even some left over. Then, on the second day, she was full of energy again. She really came back. The remaining 90 evil gods looked at each other and gritted their teeth helplessly. They surrounded her again. Crackle, crackle. The Dragon Queen killed 11 evil gods and left a sentence, "I admit defeat, but I will be back." On the third day. Who could stand it? The Door God gave the gift of time and space to Dany to help her survive while she was farming. Back then, Sheep Egg and Lalo worked together to create a small calamity in the Smoke Sea that affected an area of several hundred kilometers. Even Orlas sank into the sea. Just how big of a deal was that? Before Orlas's small calamity, the concept of a Justice Alliance didn't even exist. The gods felt the threat from the Dragon Queen, but they didn't want to work together to deal with a junior who hadn't even cultivated for 5 years. After the calamity, the Dragon Queen was still alive and kicking. She even crippled Sheep Egg and captured one of Lalo's clones, at the Great Wall. At that time, the gods finally realized that if they didn't work together, no one would be able to deal with the Dragon Queen. And so, the Justice Alliance was formed. Similarly, the plan to force the Dragon Queen into a trap in the Smoke Sea was also designed after Orlas's small calamity. The reason was simple. Orlas's fatal trap didn't kill the Dragon Queen. Now that her Song of Laws had improved greatly and she had comprehended the domain of wind and fire, her strength had increased by more than 10 times, the only way to ambush her was to design a more dangerous situation than Orlas's small calamity. Idiots couldn't become gods. The gods understood that they had to kill the Dragon Queen in one fell swoop. They couldn't let her keep saying, "I'll be back." However, even the Dragon Queen herself didn't know these secrets, so Marvin naturally didn't know either. Fatty couldn't find any loopholes in Marvin's words. He excitedly said, "Only the weak will work together. The gods forming the Justice Alliance means that the Queen is already unparalleled. Don't worry, Doctor, I promise to complete the mission perfectly. Scholar, you're bold and unafraid of death." In the end, he clenched his teeth and declared. After listening to Marvin's words, Sam's respect for the Dragon Queen grew even more. He was also more confident in the future and in changing public opinion in Ursos. After logging off, he began to arrange for the scholar to compile the God's mystic records. In less than a week, a new batch of plays and printed books appeared in the Narrow Sea City. Yes, the scholar was bold and unafraid of death. He had already stolen the printing and papermaking techniques from the Dragon Queen. In the next few months, all kinds of secrets of the gods began to spread across the continent of Ursos. Even in the cities of the Jade Sea in the east, the civilians began to discuss who was the one that humans could rely on, the Dragon Queen or the gods. "Damn you, scholar, I'll destroy the city of knowledge sooner or later." Night Lion angrily tore apart the book, on how Night Lion Pua the Maiden of Light, in his hand. In the ruins of Valeglia City, countless sky towers were like cigarette butts in an ashtray, carelessly poured into half-solidified phlegm. The black stone buildings were sturdy and immortal. Many of them had survived the Great Cataclysm. The magma had solidified, but there was still a thick layer of volcanic ash. In the center of the ruins, the Dragon King's palace where he held a city council meeting. The black stone buildings had been cleaned up, and hundreds of tall and luxurious chairs were placed in the palace. The chairs were arranged in concentric rings. They had all been Dragon King seats, and the tallest and most luxurious ones were the 14 thrones that belonged to the 14 Fire Peak families in the inner ring. At this moment, Night Lion occupied one of them. Around him, there were dozens of figures shrouded in shadows. Some of them were stronger than giants, while others were as short and deformed as dwarves. Some of them were as handsome as gods, while others did not look human at all. They were like monsters that had walked out of hell. Of course, more of them were like Night Lion and Lalo, half human, half beast. Ha ha ha, Pua man, is such a clever term. A centaur god with the height of a dwarf and a horse's hooves and a horse's tail flipped through the book in his hand and laughed until he fell over. Scholar, you're not making things up this time. You're Pua, the Maiden of Light, that silly woman. Without waiting for Night Lion to explode, Lalo took out a few booklets and threw them on the table. He said calmly, "Baccarin, before you gloat, take a look at your own biography." Night Lion restrained his anger and picked up a book out of curiosity. He flipped open the preface and laughed out loud. Being a dwarf is the punishment of the gods, then whose joke is Baccarin? Scholar, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to slaughter the city of knowledge. Baccarin roared angrily. Chapter 1004. The pale holy child crushed the book in his hand and turned to Yishur with a cold gaze. "Let's go and slaughter the city of knowledge." "I don't dare to go to the Westeros," Yishur said honestly. The horseshoe military god's expression turned ugly. "Are you going to let the scholar slander us? Do you know how the mortals will view us after this kind of book is spread? Do you still want your dignity as a god? Why are you so agitated?" It's not just the two of you. Shadow Demon Lalo raised a big bundle of books in his hand and said indifferently, almost everyone has a copy. The City of Knowledge has written biographies of people. Overall, it's quite objective. It's all well-known deeds and comments on human values. I never knew you were so easy to talk to. Were you scared by that woman? A shadow with octopus tentacles sneered. You have guts. Go to the Westeros and destroy the City of Knowledge, Lalo said coldly. The octopus monster snorted but didn't agree impulsively. The dwarf military god suggested, the City of Knowledge is at the edge of the Westeros. We'll quietly approach from the summer sea and then attack the old town. You guys help me hold the line. I'll rush into the City of Knowledge at lightning speed and immediately retreat after releasing the plague domain. What do you think? It's foolproof. We can steal a wave. We can't let the mortals trample on the dignity of the gods. Why don't we go now? Not only the City of Knowledge, but also the old town. In the hall, demonic shadows gathered and were eager to try. Yishur shook his head with a bitter smile and said loudly, everyone, what are we doing now? The evil gods were stunned and puzzled. We're waiting here for the Dragon Queen to enter the ambush, the dwarf military god said slowly. Overall, Kuen's plan is very successful. He let the priest indirectly expose the god's request for the Dragon Queen. The mortals are afraid of the god's power and the zombie disaster hanging above their heads. They'll definitely force Dany and Rhys to obey the heavens. In fact, the public opinion has already turned against them. Without our instigation, the Pentosians took the initiative to sit quietly in front of the Holy Church, asking Dany Rhys to consider the big picture and follow the will of heaven. Among the 14 thrones, a red bull demon pointed at the books on the ring-shaped black stone table and sighed, if it weren't for these books, the cities that built the Templar would have commoners coming to the Templar to show their might. At that time, Dany Alice would definitely be under a lot of pressure, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She would feel aggrieved and vomit 3 liters of blood, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, the pressure and grievance in her heart will push her to find ways to increase her strength, and then step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. Unfortunately, the pressure has already formed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged for the City of Knowledge to write these books. Yishur waved his hand and said in a low voice, because of Akuan's plan, Dany Lissy could come to the Misty Sea at any time. That's why we gathered together to ambush her. Then, by the same logic, she had the City of Knowledge print books that slander the gods. Could it be that she was also waiting for the gods in the old town who were blinded by anger? The gods' expressions froze, and they all fell silent. Shadow Devil Lalo said, we can remember the vengeance of the scholar. With the memories and lifespan of us gods, there will always be a chance for revenge. Now, there are 2 key points. First, when will Dany Lissy come to the Misty Sea? Second, how should we deal with the disaster of the living dead in Ursos? Kuan, you're the best at concealing fate. Dany Lissy shouldn't have noticed that your priest was lying, right? Yishur looked at the red minotaur. Red Bull Akuan smiled foolishly and said, my priest wasn't lying at all. I was the one who was lying. After that time, the bishop of the Outer Holy Church even became Bull Ben's good friend. My talent is to confuse right and wrong. As long as the gods here don't betray me, Dany Lissy won't be able to sense the malice behind my simple smile when she sees me. Did Dany Lissy try to rope you in? You're one of the few powerful gods who didn't join the Righteous Alliance, the tentacle demon asked. Kuan's smile disappeared and he shook his head regretfully. I've been waiting for her to rope me in, but she doesn't even seem to want to see me. However, the Outer Holy Church has always been on good terms with my Red Bull Church. After the fall of the Island of Gods, the 7 Holy Knights even went to the Red Bull Temple a few times. Bull Ben also reached a verbal agreement with Stellan. Whether Dany Lissy falls for it or not, we'll see in a while. In any case, I'm trying to create a neutral and aloof image. I can't take the initiative to get close. How long do we have to wait? An evil god on the 14th throne sighed. It's her destiny to go to the Misty Sea and merge with Balerion. Let's wait patiently. She'll come in 2 years at most, Lalo said in a low voice. 2 years, Yishur nodded and wondered. It's been almost 2 months since the incident at the School of Black and White. Why is there only a corpse tied in Bravos? The people of Ursos in the other cities have endured for 2 months and can't hold on any longer. Or is this Frost God's plan to force the humans to collapse and take them down in one go? A humanoid evil god on the Dragon King's throne outside the 14th throne stood up and said, according to the confession of Faceless One Jia Kun, who was captured by Qizong, Frost God didn't plan to attack Ursos immediately. He's waiting for the long night to come, when the north wind stops and the river freezes, then he'll attack. It'll probably take another 2 years. Waiting for the world to stop falling and for the temperature to drop to the lowest point. Yishur pondered. That's reasonable. At that time, the power of the other ghosts and Frost God will reach their peak. However, I've tried to find out the whereabouts of the faceless ghosts and found nothing. That's not normal. The pale holy child frowned. That's strange. I've been sending my will to the high priest and searching around the temple, but I didn't find a single faceless ghost. Lalo's expression changed. Me too. The believers pray at the temple every day, and even the priests are worried. But after I sent my will, I didn't find any trace of the faceless ghosts. I thought they were avoiding the Red God Temple. Me too. The big shots on the 14th throne looked at each other and realized that things were getting out of control. Maybe we can't just watch anymore. At least control the situation in Bravos. Lalo said with a serious expression. Yishur nodded. Let's see how Frost God reacts by attacking the other ghosts in Bravos. At worst, it'll be the same as the last era, where the human kingdoms will be wiped out. Red Bull Akun looked at Yishur in confusion. Didn't your son's Dawn Kingdom drown in the tide of zombies during the last long night? Yishur shook his head. The fall of every demigod kingdom happened right under our noses. The destruction of the demigod era was foreseen by the gods from the beginning. The focus now is not on how many people died in Ursos, or how many cities fell. I don't care if all the mortals die, but we can't let things get out of the control of the gods. Yishur is right. We don't care how serious the disaster is, or how the long night ends, but everything must be under the control of the gods. The handsome demon god in human form said. The gods discussed for a while and finally made a decision. First, they would increase the support of their priests' divine arts. They would attack the grass in Bravos and the snakes of Frost God. Secondly, they would choose a group of demigods who were good at movement and reconnaissance from the periphery of the alliance. They would scout for the movements of the other ghosts around the city-states. But when selecting the scouts, the gods ran into a problem. Gods who were proficient in flying, stealth, and tracking had become extremely rare. There were hundreds of gods and demons, but not even 10 qualified scouts could be selected. If Qizong hadn't killed so many gods along the way, this mission would have been very simple. Lalo said regretfully. The gods who were good at movement and stealth had all gone to hunt Tyrion, only to be slapped to death by Qizong's holy mother god Palm. This was especially the case when Rhys set up an ambush. A large group of gods and devils with the ability to fly quickly followed Tessa. In the end, Qizong summoned the Holy Mother, and with a first flame domain, more than 10 extremely fast evil gods were burned to ashes. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. Hearing Hiller mention Qizong, an evil god among the 14 thrones whose eyes flickered with tiny bolts of lightning, asked curiously, after coming to the Smoke Sea, we haven't heard any news of Qizong. What has he been doing recently? Has the message team arrived at the barren land? They've been here for almost a month, an evil god replied. No more gods to stop them? The lightning-eyed evil god asked. Yishur explained, after Mirthia's death, there have been gods following the message team. Every time the dwarf went out alone, there would be gods who couldn't resist the temptation of the demigod blood. Especially after the battle with me, Danny Leesy's Song of Fire's first flame characteristic was confirmed. Those gods who wanted to break through almost went crazy. At this point, Ysir couldn't help but sneer. They didn't even think about how Mirthia died. The dwarf was obviously fishing. After suffering a few losses, no more gods fell for it. Ysir's expression became complicated. When the message team left Dragonstone Island, everyone said that they would never think of the barren land, or even leave the narrow sea. Now, Chizong and his disciple have slapped everyone in the face. Not only did they reach their destination safely, but they were also unharmed. It's indeed unbelievable. Horseshoe War God said helplessly, the difficulties and obstacles along the way forged the supreme reputation of the 7 gods. 3 emperors, 18 temples, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke roads, 108 mountains, and 200 dukes formed a huge allied army that was approaching the barren land. Even Emperor Bo wanted to remove Chizong's title of imperial preceptor. However, when Chizong's battle achievements came, the rebel army began to hesitate. Emperor Bo also issued 3 imperial edicts. The first one conferred Chizong the title of imperial preceptor. The second one called him imperial preceptor and imperial preceptor. The third one was even more exaggerated. Emperor Bo gave Chizong the title of Wanzong Great Sacred Master, meaning the sacred master of many supernatural powers. Wanzong Great Sacred Master. Even Danny Leesy can't bear this title. What virtue and ability does Chizong have? How can the supernatural sects of the barren land tolerate it? How can we tolerate it? The lightning-eyed demon god was furious. His body crackled, flickering with blue and white lightning. That's right, no one could endure it. When Chizong received his title in the Yidu Imperial Palace and became a legitimate great sacred master, the rebel army that had originally retreated actually once again majestically surrounded the Yidu. Right now, Chizong is also fighting with the 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army. Ysir said with a strange expression. Why did 3 more imperial preceptors come? The lightning-eyed demon god frowned. The 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army are called Great God Lion, Great God Horse, and Great God Ox. Chapter 1005. The teaching team stayed in Shamiliana for half a month, searching for traces of deviant ghost babies and ghouls. They didn't find the little deviant ghosts, the living dead also nowhere to be seen. However, through the guidance of Jia Kuan's departed spirit, Chizong and his disciples found tens of thousands of undead corpse ghosts in an extremely hidden cave. Jia Kuan, who summoned them, died, and the ghouls collapsed on the ground, turning back into corpses. They couldn't be summoned again. The more deviant ghost babies there are, the more powerful the god of cold is. Moreover, he can help a certain faceless person block the prophecy of the gods. I have been very careful, hiding the ghouls in caves, under the ice of creeks, and even in the coastal waters where the tide is mild. Jia Kuan explained. With the god of cold being so cautious, it was no wonder that the gods couldn't find traces of the faceless deviant ghosts. After burning the corpses in the cave, the teaching team searched for a few days, but they didn't find any traces of the living dead. After that, Chizong and his disciples went south to Furious Roar City, building a sacred hall in the western city of Jade Sea. Without much delay, they arrived at Thunder Island in Jade Sea. Thunder Island was in the south of Barren Land, which was probably the geographical relationship between the Celestial Empire and Dazed Bay. The Queen of Thunder Island had received a favor from the Dragon Queen in her early years. The Dragon Queen provided the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation to help Kuei Shi and other wizards seal the Whispers of Evil God in the underground palace. Moreover, the Queen of Thunder Island's royal husband came from Barren Land's Bu family. Chizang and his disciples lived a peaceful life for half a month. The reason why they stayed on Thunder Island for so long was also Tyrion's idea. He wanted to watch the fire burning on the other side of the river and understand the current political situation in Jade Sea and Barren Land. Soon, he received a piece of good news. Because Master Chizang killed demons and devils along the way, the rebel army began to retreat. Not only did the 200 warlords set up camp 100 kilometers away from Barren Land, they also avoided Barren Land's sphere of influence and began to scatter to the southern counties to steal food and occupy territory. The reason why the rebel army went south to Barren Land was that the position of state teacher was too hateful. Also, the night was long and the north was hard. They planned to hide in the rich south for winter. This was similar to the 18 warlords of Eastern Han Dynasty. Upholding the Han Dynasty and suppressing the traitor Dong Zhuo were just slogans. Making a name for himself and vying for the throne of the Central Plains were the most important. When Dong Feifei moved the capital to Chang'an, when the imperial jade seal was taken out from the well by Sun Jian, when the dignity of the Lu family was trampled into the mud in public, other than the hot-blooded boss Chao, none of the vassals in the alliance had the intention to kill Dong Fuan. Now that 200 dukes had rebelled, the Bo family had long lost the support of the people and the righteousness of the dynasty. The only area they controlled was Yidu. It just so happened that Chizang was fiercer than Lu Bu. The dukes felt that it was not worth it to fight to the death. Thus, the barbarian lords began to learn from the Guangdong lords. You cut off my army's rations, I stole your camp, I annexed your army, you killed my lord. If they had heard this news at any other time, the mission team would have been as overjoyed as the Bo family. Actually, when Chizang and the others first learned of this matter, they indeed let out a long sigh of relief. The dwarf even went with the hunting dog to the Passion Garden to have some fun. But soon, the Dragon Queen sent an order: do not let the 200 vassals fall into a chaotic battle. When the dwarf first heard this, he thought that his sister had gone mad. You still lack the big picture, you can't distinguish between the main and secondary conflicts. The happiest ones in barbarian lands are the deviant ghosts. The happier you are now, the more terrible you will be in the future. The Dragon Queen's words woke them up. The dwarf was the first to react. First of all, the 200 dukes were the strongest human army in Jade Sea. If they ran out of internal strife, who would deal with the zombie horde in the future? Secondly, the barbarians were used to burials. The dukes who died in battle had the right to build tombs. Ordinary soldiers and refugees would be buried in a mass grave and covered with a thin layer of soil. This was a blood transfusion for the deviant ghosts. With this, the barbarian lands would definitely fall. If the barbarian lands fell, the Jujesnai plains to the north of the barbarian lands would not be able to escape. The problem was that the barbarian lands and the Jujesnai plains were not completely sealed islands. Across the Bone Mountains and to the west was the Centaur's Dothraki Plains. To the southeast and southwest was the Jade Sea city-state. It could be said that once the barbarian lands exploded, the entire Jade Sea would be doomed. In the end, the zombie horde would migrate from the east to the west, dragging the entire world into hell. The Dragon Queen's current status was constantly rising, and the height from which she looked at things was also increasing. Unknowingly, she had already adapted and was working hard to fulfill her duties as a savior. Thus, she ordered Emperor Bu, do your best to provoke the 200 northern dukes and have them unite as one to resist the Bu family. Thus, Emperor Bu issued 3 edicts in a row, and Chizang's status rose again and again. When Chizang became the great saint master of myriad sects, he issued a proclamation in all directions, requesting all the transcendents of barbarian lands to gather in barbarian capital and sign the investiture of the gods. The 200 dukes could not remain calm. They united once again and continued the unfinished journey of purging the emperor's subordinates. How did the East travel scriptures become the investiture of the gods? The barbarian land situation is different from that of Westeros. In Westeros, inheritance is based on the family, and will not change for 10,000 years. Every power is a large family with a long history. In barbarian lands, families are mostly attached to a certain religion or school of transcendence, and then pass it down generation after generation in the form of a sect. After the end of the last era's Dawn Empire, the Golden Celestial Empire began. However, the Celestial Empire is not a single dynasty. From the first generation's Grey Dynasty to the current Azure Dynasty, there have been a total of 10 dynasties changing. Thus, the noble families of barbarian lands have always been changing, and only the religions of the gods and the sects with heritage continue as before. The Dragon Queen explained in the glass candle. The dwarf suddenly understood. The sects of barbarian lands are equivalent to the Westeros counts and marquises. The 200 dukes' rebel army are essentially 200 sects. The Dragon Queen nodded. The purpose of the investiture of the gods lies in this. By unifying the transcendence forces of barbarian lands, the chaos in barbarian lands can be quickly quelled. After experiencing so many things, Dany was extremely disgusted with the gods who did not care about the big picture, forgot righteousness for profit, and acted recklessly. Now, she somewhat thought she understood Hongjun ancestors' feelings when he handed the investiture of the gods to the saint of primordial origin. The gods had committed a mortal calamity and were punished with death. They needed a great purge to eliminate the incorrigible trash. Then, they would choose a group of their own from the remaining obedient people to establish a supervision system for the Transcendence realm. Perhaps, they could create a heavenly court of Dany Hao Tian. The heavenly court was too far away, it was just a dream. However, barbarian lands was on the brink of a zombie tide crisis. They needed to establish a united front against the ghosts as soon as possible, especially the power of the Transcendence realm. First, let the 200 rebellious vassals understand the danger they are in. Deviant ghosts will not negotiate with the living. If they agree to join the united front against the ghosts, they will sign a sacred oath in the investiture of the gods. From then on, the entire sect and even the armies of the dukes supported by the sect will be under the leadership of Qizong. Should I give Qizong a barbarian name? His original name is Matthew. Ma Zia. When the long night is over, Ma Zia will open the investiture of the gods. According to the contributions and hard work, the person who signed the contract will be given an official position and land. The title will be hereditary and live as long as the heavens. The dynasty will change, but the title will not change. If they resist the will of the heavens and are unwilling to sign the investiture of the gods, they will be declared a traitor and their sect will be exterminated. This was the order that the Dragon Queen gave to the teaching team. It was very awkward. The 200 dukes did not really believe in the faceless deviant ghosts. They thought that Ma Zia was deliberately using deviant ghosts to scare them. Then, the news of the zombie tide in Bravos came. The dukes who were backed by the evil god church also received the news from the gods to increase their vigilance. Although the dukes were shocked and fearful, they still opposed Ma Zia's title of Thousand Sect Great Saint Master, and were even more against signing the investiture of the gods. Later on, some dukes were worried that deviant ghosts would sneak up on their homes. They started to reorganize their army and prepared to return home. Some dukes were worried that the north was not safe, so they persuaded their allies to take over barbarian lands. They used barbarian lands with high walls and deep cities as a stronghold to defend against the incoming zombie tide. Even if things did not go well, they could still take a boat from barbarian lands to the south to Thunder Island. For a moment, the 200 dukes who did not have the same thoughts fell into chaos again. However, this time, the chaos was quelled quickly because the northern dukes had an alliance leader. The alliance leaders of the three great emperors came out to mediate. They immediately unified their thoughts and suppressed the injustice. Just like the dukes of Guangdong during the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, as long as Yuan Benchu and his brother did not mess around, it was not difficult to maintain the stability of the alliance. even if they could not be convinced by reason, they could still be convinced by force. The three great emperors first made a request to the Bo family. They could establish a united front against the ghosts. However, this was the internal affairs of barbarian lands and had nothing to do with the barbaric monks in the land of the setting sun. If they chased away the teaching team and abolished the Seven Gods Church, they would cooperate to fight the ghosts. At this time, the teaching team had already arrived at barbarian lands. Qizong was the chief bishop of barbarian lands, the teacher of the emperor, the state teacher, and the great saint master of Thousand Sect. He was definitely a bug in the religious field. As prime minister of the barons, Tyrion held the reins of government and enjoyed the standard treatment of a traitor. His presence in court is unknown, his name unknown, and his sword in court. Within the Holy See, Sang Zhe was training a newly formed team of 5,000 warrior sons. In the imperial court, Hound was also the general of ghost resistance and the commander of barbarian lands. Varys returned to his old profession and became the chief of intelligence. He set up the East and West factories. The East factory supervised the civil and military officials while the West factory strictly controlled the common people. Even Bo Tianzi had to respectfully address him as factory master. Varys was the illegitimate son of Targaryen and was a relative of the Dragon Queen. There were rumors that factory master Varys had secretly set up the rearguard commandery, which was responsible for collecting external information. The members of the rearguard commandery were mostly nobles. They were the second and third sons who did not have the right to inherit. They were used to wearing brocade robes, so they were also known as the brocade guards. There were also people who refuted that the commander of the brocade guards was not factory master, but the horse-faced girl, horse-faced reaper Arya. There were also people who said that this was not contradictory. Factory master and horse-faced reaper each set up a rearguard commandery. The commander of the brocade guards was horse-faced reaper. The other rearguard commandery was called Bird's Nest, which specialized in domesticating little birds. The people who put forward this point of view quickly provided evidence. Why was Arya Stark called Horse-Faced Reaper? Firstly, of course, it was because of her long horse face. Secondly, Miss Arya killed people like scything flax, just like the Reaper. All kinds of transcendence and sects could operate openly in the barbarian land. As the capital of the barbarian land, there were even more religions in the barbarian land. They were as messy as cattle lice. The imperial court's power was weak, and it had completely lost control over transcendence and transcendence. Horse-faced Reaper was in charge of managing the transcendence affairs in the barbarian land. As long as the transcendents committed crimes such as breaking the law, not being disciplined, operating without a license, or preaching, they would be killed by the brocade guards led by her at night. When the civilians of the barbarian land went out, they would see brocade guards traveling at night. When they woke up at night, they would often see a black shadow flashing across the roofs. It was said that it was the horse-faced girl holding a giant scythe. She led the brocade guards to leap over roofs and vault over walls. She was either on the way to kill people or on the way back after killing people. The barbarian land's politics, religion, intelligence, and army were almost all controlled by the scripture-passing squad. How could Prince Bu agree to the rebel emperor's request to chase away Qizong? Since he could not chase away the scripture-passing squad, the Duke settled for the next best thing, which was to fight with Qizong outside the barbarian land. Chapter 1006. The rebels believed that Qizong was only barely qualified to become an imperial preceptor, but he was definitely not worthy of the title of Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master. To become a Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master, one had to surpass the Transcendence sects behind the 200 vassals in terms of virtue and martial arts. And the 200 vassals were led by the 3 traitors, which meant that Qizong had to convince at least 3 traitors. Barbarian land was divided into 3 factions. The Bo family's Azure dynasty entered its final days, and its capital was Barbarian land. It was located in the southernmost part of Barbarian land, close to the Jade Sea. The Chai family's Yellow dynasty was established by the descendants of the previous dynasty. Its capital was Kasako, located in the Daybreak Mountain range to the east of Barbarian land. Bushyong, a mixed blood of Barbarian land and Zebra people, established the Bushyong family's Orange dynasty. Its capital was Merchant Town in the north. In the Jujesnai Plains in the north, there was also Barbarian land's archenemy for thousands of years, the Zebra people tribe. There were a total of 4 countries and 4 emperors. After the Bo family chose Qizong as their imperial preceptor, the other 3 countries also chose an imperial preceptor, apart from forming a coalition of vassals to uphold justice. The Zebra people's imperial preceptor was known as Great God Horse. The other was an old Zebra people woman, a powerful moon chanter, and also a pale holy child priest. The Chai family's descendants chose the high priest of Night Lion as their imperial preceptor. He was known as Great God Lion Strength. He was proficient in blood witchcraft and was a dark warlock. Merchant Town's mixed blood emperor, Bushyong, was a believer of Red Bull Akun, so his imperial preceptor came from the Red Bull religion. He was known as Great God Bull Strength and was a Cloud Realm mage. The reason why it was called such a hateful name was not because the 3rd priest had become the state preceptor who was admired by tens of thousands of people. In fact, after the 3 emperors chose them as imperial preceptors, not only were the 200 traders dissatisfied, the other transcendents who belonged to the same faction were also dissatisfied with them. They were even more willing to accept Qizong as Barbarian land's imperial preceptor. This was because Qizong had killed many gods, so many that they could not accept it. To convince the masses, the 3 imperial preceptors used the characteristics of the gods they believed in as their titles, naming them as Lion Strength, Bull Strength, and Horse Strength. The so-called Great Gods did not refer to the 3 imperial advisors as Great Gods, but to the 3 mighty heavenly gods of Jade Seas. Red Bull Akun, Night Lion and Pale Child were all mainstream gods of the Barbarian land, just like Red God Lalo of the western continent of Ursus. Even if the extraordinaires of the other sects had any opinions about these 3 great gods, they had to keep it to themselves. The 3 imperial advisors had the same naming method and address, indicating that the 3 parties had the same status. In this way, there would be no more discord between the imperial advisors because of the title. The venue for the Battle of the 4 Imperial Advisors was outside Idu City. Earth was used as a platform, and the stairs were 9 feet high. Below the high platform, the 4 Imperial Preceptors led their men to each side. The city walls were filled with spectators, emperors, dukes, commoners, and soldiers. More than 100,000 people were there to witness this once-in-10,000 years event. Even Dani was present at the battle through her mental projection. At the north gate of Idu City, there were craftsmen building wooden and thatched sheds on the city walls, which were equivalent to VIP seats. Kuei-shi had a small private room to herself. The competition was divided into literary and martial competitions, with a total of 6 rounds. The competition topics were provided by the 3 great gods, and then Qizong would choose one of them. For example, Great God Niuli wanted to compete with Qizong in the art of controlling the weather. He proposed rain, sleet, clear skies, hail, fog, and other weather competitions. Then, Qizong chose the most difficult one, praying for rain. Now that the temperature was below -20 degrees, artificial rain was definitely more difficult than other weather events. Because under normal circumstances, rain would not fall at all. Under the effect of the cold air, the water vapor in the air would quickly condense into snowflakes. After Great God Niuli killed 2 adult virgins, a man and a woman, he stood on the high platform and jumped up. In a moment, 100,000 people cried out in alarm. Black clouds surged in the sky, and it actually started to rain. What is the background of Red Bull Akun? Dani looked at the sky and said in surprise, the laws of physics are simply eaten by dogs. The temperature is so low, the air pressure is constant, and the water without any additives doesn't freeze. Kuei-shi said, gods will not casually change their divinity and priesthood. Akun of Edu City is the same as Akun of Free Trade City. They are both gods of animal husbandry whose doctrines are more in line with human values. Humans sacrifice white heifers to Akun, praying that their own female animals can produce more cubs. Danny frowned and said, Akun's doctrines are barely in line with my three views. Some cultivators have suggested that the Seven Gods Church can form an alliance with Red Bull Akun. What do you think? If you have the confidence to control Akun, no matter what his real thoughts are, you can use him. Otherwise, you have to be vigilant against any demon god, Kueishi said. Actually, Danny's expression was strange. I will not completely trust a demon god. I am considering to contact Akun to encourage him to be a spy in the Alliance of Justice and Order. Kueishi thought for a moment and said, you can try. I have seen an unconfirmed secret in the archives of the Necromancer Association. Akun may have a special talent in hiding cause and effect. Maybe, he can be a good spy. Does he have a priesthood in controlling the weather? Danny asked. Kueishi looked at Nyoli who was strolling in the rain and said, all gods can control the weather to a certain extent. The key is that Nyoli is a very special person. Other than the Red Bull priest, he is also a Cloud Realm wizard who specializes in controlling the weather. Today, he only borrowed Akun's divine power. He can use the rain-praying technique, but it is his own ability. After a short pause, she introduced great god Nyoli. His name is Nyorong. He is highly valued by Bushyong. He is a great wizard who can be called a national treasure. A few years ago, he sacrificed 64 pairs of virgin boys and girls to Akun, summoning a heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The northern land that had been dry for 2 years was thus restored to production. It was also that heavy rain that caused the Grey Plague in Kun Prefecture thousands of miles away. It lasted for 4 years and spread hundreds of kilometers around. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of it. It was not until your black dragon came to Edu that the plague was completely stopped. Witchcraft is a sword without a handle. It is safest when it is not used. Once used, it is easy to hurt others and oneself. While Kueishi was lamenting, she saw Dragon Queen's mouth bulging into a big bun, and then she blew hard. The spiritual projection couldn't even blow the thatch on the ceiling, but the wind suddenly blew in the sky. The wind didn't blow in a fixed direction. The wind from all directions rushed to the same place, the sky above the rain-praying platform. The clouds moved with the wind. The dark clouds were like a wet sponge. The sponge with a radius of a few kilometers crowded above Nyoli's head. A giant hand seemed to appear in the sky, holding the sponge and squeezing it hard. The water in the sponge fell like a waterfall. The water volume increased sharply, and the drizzling rain immediately turned into uncontrollable hail. It was at least the size of a fist, and the largest was even the size of a small car. The volume of the rain was too large, and even the Cloud Realm wizard couldn't keep all the fresh water liquid. Nyoli was stunned at first, but soon his head was smashed and bleeding. He covered his head and fled like a rat. The hail seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. The surrounding audience was shocked and inexplicably surprised. Kueishi hurriedly said, Nyorong is an honest elder, don't kill him. Also, you're looking for Akun to be a spy in the Justice Alliance. Look at his calm expression when he sacrificed living people. It's obvious that this isn't the first time he's done it. What kind of honest elder is he? Danny said this, but the hand that was squeezing the sponge loosened. Sigh, according to your standards, every barbarian wizard is guilty, and should be killed. Kueishi sighed. That's why we need to sign the investiture of the gods and set up an official organization to supervise the actions of extraordinaires. Danny took the opportunity to promote her investiture of the gods. Kueishi was also firmly against the idea of enlistment. Isn't the reason we strive to pursue extraordinary power to be more detached and free? The shadow-binding knight refused again. That's not up to you, Danny said. Nioli was carried down. Everyone in the barbarian imperial court cheered, but the vassals were furious. They cursed Chizang for stabbing them in the back and being a hypocrite. Well, seeing Nioli bleeding profusely, Chizang's merciful heart was triggered. He walked up to the vassal's seat and suggested using the holy healing art to treat Nioli's injuries. Not only that, he even apologized sincerely. It's all my fault. I chose such a difficult competition, causing Grand Preceptor Nioli to lose control of his magic power. The night is long, and the weather is cold. It's too difficult for the Grand Preceptor to summon rain. But I want to win. Only by setting up a united front against ghosts can we save Barbarian. So, I'm sorry, I can only choose to pray for rain, which is easy for me. Hypocrite, shameless. That gust of wind just now wasn't summoned by you. Bo-san said angrily. I swear, it really wasn't me. Chizang waved his hand. There's divine power in the wind. It carries the aura of your spirit. Bo-san sneered. It has my divine power, but it has nothing to do with me. The Holy Mother has always been watching the entire world with benevolent eyes. She borrowed my power to summon the wind, Chizang said seriously. Bah, masked evil monk. Bah, masked evil monk. Bah, masked evil monk. Under everyone's spittle, Chizang helplessly retreated. Then, he used a palm to sweep away the clouds and raise a palm to burn the sky. He clenched the sponge, and the fire burned the hail, turning it into a downpour. Just like Chizang said, it was extremely simple for him. This is the legendary Holy Mother Divine Palm. While the 100,000 spectators were stupefied, they also felt reverence for Chizang. Even the vassals no longer scolded him. They all muttered inwardly, although Chizang is hypocritical, he has true ability. I want to compete with you in prophecy. You can choose any of the good and bad fortune of a person, the change of the weather in the future. Great God Mali looked at Chizang and said sinisterly. Chizang closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He said, Can I guess things through the board? Great God Mali sneered and nodded. That's even better. We'll know the result even faster. This time, Danny didn't help Chizang cheat. He cheated himself. When the Zebra Man Moon Singer operated his demonic energy, racking his brains to guess whether it was a peach or an apple in the chest, Chizang's holy soul left his body, turning into an angel. He entered the chest with a whoosh and saw everything inside clearly. However, even if Chizang cheated, it still took him 3 times to defeat Great God Mali. Because the other party had true ability, and Chizang wasn't as cunning as Wukong. He didn't gnaw the peach into a peach pit, nor did he change the gem bracelet of the #1 courtesan Inidu into a rag. Therefore, in the first 2 matches, Chizang and Great God Mali wrote the same answer on the paper. For the 3rd time, Chizang humbly accepted the dwarf's suggestion. In order to save the world, he should give up his moral integrity. When Great God Mali handed the answer to the referee, Angel Chizang burned the clothes of the Red God Little Believer in the wooden chest. Yes, the red robe outside was burned, leaving only the white robe inside. Therefore, Great God Mali's red-robed little monk guessed wrong. Chapter 1007. Dom, where are your red robes? Why are you reciting the 7 Stars Bible? Mali was shocked and furious. When the Red God saw that his disciple had betrayed his sect, he was even more furious. Saint Master Chizang forced me. The little monk had a long face as he recounted what happened in the box. High Priest, if I don't listen to you, Chizang will kill me with the Holy Mother Palm. I'm scared. The 8-year-old little monk began to weep. That's not true. I advised him nicely and taught him the need to build a united front against ghosts. I convinced him with virtue and treated him with courtesy. I didn't threaten him with the Holy Mother palm. Really, I swear to the Holy Mother. Faced with everyone's insults and condemnation, Qizong explained anxiously with a pale face. Ma Li sneered. Qizong, do you think we should believe a masked evil monk like you or an 8-year-old innocent child? Child, why are you so bad, deceiving? Before Qizong could finish lamenting, the little monk shrunk his neck and shouted, Saint Master Qizong, don't hit me. Qizong was agitated. You saw it. I didn't do anything, and this child said I wanted to hit him. What's going on? The Red God priest was also puzzled. The little monk Dom pointed at Qizong's right palm in front of his chest and shivered as he said, High Priest, that's the starting stance of the Holy Mother palm. Not only do actors perform it in theaters, even beggars on the streets put their palms in front of their chests and shout, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother palm. Also, when he prayed for rain just now, he did the same before he used the Holy Mother palm. Wasn't it obvious? What was more terrifying than this silent threat? Anyway, the child was scared to tears. Qizong's expression froze. He retracted his right palm unnaturally and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I'm used to it. My talent is poor, and my speed of understanding divine arts is slow. I can only train hard. However, using the Holy Mother palm consumes a lot of divine power. In order not to waste it, I can only use the palm against gods and devils while comprehending the technique. Usually, I'll just take the starting stance and won't really hit. Don't worry about me losing control of my palm and injuring the innocent. In the past few months, I've killed more than 50 evil gods consecutively. My Holy Mother divine palm has already reached the threshold. Why are you guys looking at me like that? The little monk shrank behind the red-robed high priest like a little mouse. High Priest Red God's eyes were unfocused, and his body trembled as he retreated step by step. Ma Li, who was filled with righteous indignation, immediately shut his mouth. With a frightened and vigilant expression, he staggered back to his team. Even the spectators around the battle platform, the 200 vassals and their armies, and even the Azure Imperial Court that was cheering for Qizong on E-Capital's side all fell silent, looking at Qizong in fear. Sigh, since you've already said that, then let's consider this your win. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, Ma Li finally regained his courage to look Qizong in the eye and talk to him. Master Ma Li, you are too modest. Qizong returned the greeting in a daze. Qizong is so shameless. He threatened all of us in front of 100,000 people and still pretended to be innocent. Jahada, the zebra beside Ma Li, whispered. He's already so powerful, yet he's still so shameless. Qizong is terrifying. Emperor Chai of the Yellow Dynasty sighed. Although Ma Li and the 3 traitors were forced to admit defeat, the 200 vassals were too big. Some of the vassals at the back and the side did not see what happened clearly. They were only sure that Qizong had cheated and threatened the little monk Red God. Qizong is shameless. He used deception. This is a competition of prophecies. He can't use other methods. That made sense. The purpose of guessing was to test Qizong and Ma Li's prophecy abilities. Ma Li did not cheat. He used his true abilities to predict the item in the box. However, Qizong used his undetectable saint soul to enter the box to observe. This went against the original purpose of the prophecy competition. Qizong was a true honest monk. When he heard the vassal's accusations, his face flushed red. He could not speak. He could only place his right palm before his chest and bow repeatedly in apology. I did use a trick in this competition. It's really walala. The vassals in front of him retreated in fear. Master Qizong, you're not wrong. This competition is guessing. Using the soul to peek at fate is also considered a skill. The dwarf could not stand it anymore. He jumped off the Prime Minister's chair and pulled down Qi Zhang's right hand. He said loudly. Both sides were indeed competing in prophecy. However, Yang Li could only guess the person and item in the box. He did not even predict that my master's saint's soul could leave his body. He's an angel, everyone knows. He even performed the divine art of turning into an angel in front of countless believers on the platform of the great cathedral of Baylor. Unfortunately, Yang Li did not know such important information. What's there to boast about this kind of prophecy that is useless in the face of great things but effective in small games? The real prophecy is the interference of fate. The gods you believe in were killed by Qi Zhang's master with a single palm strike. Countless of your fates were easily rewritten by him. He doesn't even know about it, nor does he care. You idiots traveled thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of people to the outskirts of Barbarian City, but you completely ignored the other ghost that changed the fate of Barbarian City. At this moment, your prophecy is not worth a fart. When he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was furious, but they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with the dwarf's words. Mali was the most powerful moon chanter in the Jujesnai Plains. He was also one of the most powerful prophets in the world. However, he could not predict the existence and movements of the other ghosts. Of course, it could not be said that his prophecy was completely useless. Under the premise that there was no interference from outsiders, he could predict the weather, natural disasters, the future of a country, the fate of a king. Yes, the premise was that no one interfered. If Qi Zhang did not know how to leave his body with his saint's soul, he would not have lost this match. The Dragon Queen gently plucked the strings of fate. The outcome of Mali's prophecy would be completely different from reality. The third person to take the stage, Lion Li, proposed to compete with Qi Zhang in determination. Hence, Qi Zhang chose to abstain from food and pray, which he was best at. On the two diagonal corners of the dueling platform were two oak pillars. They were 5 meters tall and as thick as a bull's mouth. The two masters stood on top of them in the posture of a golden rooster. If they were tired, they could change legs. However, they had to recite their respective churches' scriptures at all times. This time, no one cheated. Due to Qi Zhang's shocking methods, before the duel, Lion Li requested for both parties to swear a holy oath. Neither of them would use any tricks to interfere with the other, nor could they use any divine arts to enhance themselves. It was a true battle of wills. After a day and a night, 90% of the crowd around the dueling platform had left. Even Danny was bored. I didn't expect the evil god priest's meditation technique to be so good. Kuei, she said, his name is Black Stone, a dark sorcerer. He walks barefoot in the eastern land of darkness all year round. I heard that he once spent 10 years measuring the limits of the land of darkness. When he returned, he was like a skeleton that crawled out of a grave. He was thin and dry, but his mental power was so condensed that it was almost tangible. He was the one with the most hope of becoming a demigod in the past 100 years. Alright, you might not feel anything about this at all. Sighing helplessly, the shadow-binding knight said, someone asked him what he saw in the dark world. He said that he saw infinity. After that, he started to believe in the Night Lion of Darkness. Even though he was in a high position and became the chief priest of the Night Lion, he still lived like an ascetic monk. Look, it's been a day and a night, but he's still so calm. I suspect that he can derive great pleasure from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Sigh, such an outstanding person should have converted to the 7 gods. It's such a pity that he chose to be a thief. The Holy Mother Danny shook her head regretfully. You should pay more attention to this duel. Qizang is in danger. Kuei, she said calmly. I noticed that you're not anxious at all. Danny asked curiously. Why should I be anxious? The shadow-binding knight sneered. I said that no one likes your investiture of the gods, including me. It's obvious that you should like it. Based on our old friendship, I won't mistreat you. Kuei, she said helplessly, the idea of unifying the transcendent world is not realistic at all. Danny sighed. do you think I care about Qizang's victory or defeat? If you don't care, will you help him cheat? You don't understand. The barbarian duel is more like a game to satisfy my bad taste. It's good if he wins, but if he doesn't, I'll accept this fate, Danny said with a strange expression. If you don't care, why did you create the hated investiture of the gods? Kuei Shi asked suspiciously. Kuei Shi, do you know one of your flaws? Danny asked. I'm not perfect. I have many flaws, Kuei Shi said casually. You're too petty. Kuei Shi couldn't be bothered anymore. She said angrily, how am I petty? Your vision has always been limited to one person, one family, one sect, one city, one country. You're used to only thinking about solving problems after you encounter them. For example, on the investiture of the gods, your vision only focuses on personal gains and losses. Have you never thought that barbarian lands really had other choices? If barbarian land's transcendence didn't unite under me, would you be able to survive? Do you know why I don't care about the outcome of this duel? It's because the one who benefits the most from the outcome of the duel has never been me, but you, barbarians. If you're willing to submit to me obediently, under Qizang's leadership, there's still a 30% chance of surviving this long night. If you continue to be hostile to Qizang and the investiture of the gods, I dare to guarantee that barbarian lands will be destroyed. Those who oppose the investiture of the gods will all die. Those who live to the next era will all be my people. The world will naturally be at my mercy. This is also the reason why the gods formed the righteous alliance. They aren't willing to sit and wait for death. Kuei Shi's expression changed several times. In the end, she remained silent. 3 days later, the duel was still going on, but there weren't many spectators left. Danny also retracted her consciousness and focused on the study of space-time law. Her main focus was still on spatial divine arts. Spatial talent was the polarity of Song of Wind. Therefore, she was actually cultivating Song of Wind. Cultivating Song of Fire was beneficial to saving the world. But before saving the world, she had to save herself first. At this point, Danny, who had gradually grasped the spatial polarity of wind, suddenly felt lucky about the choice she made back then. Door God's talent was very powerful. It would be very helpful to her in the early stages. But in the later stages, this talent would seem a little repetitive. This was because she was also cultivating Song of Wind. When she cultivated Song of Wind to the limit, she would also walk the same path as Door God, comprehending the spatial polarity of Song of Wind. On the other hand, after Blackie obtained Door God's talent, it finally turned from a poor student to an ordinary student in the upper middle class. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Even if it could share Door God's talent with Dragon Spirit, comprehending its own spatial polarity would be a waste of time. And in the long night, the most precious thing was time. On the 7th day of the duel between 7 treasures and lion strength, Varus routinely prayed and accumulated divine power. Then, he used divine power to train his summoning technique. As usual, because he couldn't control the domineering spatial power, he suffered a backlash from the divine arts. His head was in pain, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to end today's training and find Hound to treat his injuries, a circle of mysterious blue runes suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. A letter was in the center of the blue circle. I succeeded. Varus felt like he was in a dream. After touching the letter and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he wiped the blood from his nose. With tears streaming down his face, he choked and said, "Finally, I've become a level 2 Grand Summoner. I can summon physical objects." Danny's spatial mastery had taken a big step forward. She had developed her own spatial divine arts. This is Dragon Queen's handwriting. This letter was summoned from Dragonstone Island. Varus hesitated for a moment before opening the letter. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. There was only a very simple content on the letter: Midsummer Islands have fallen. Millions of people have become ghouls. Chapter 1008. In the summer sea to the south of Westeros, west of Sosro's continent, there was a large group of rich islands, the Midsummer Islands. It could be simply understood as the Southern Islands of the Song of Ice and Fire world. In the past, almost everyone, including Dany, thought that the safest place in the long night was the Midsummer Islands. Because the Midsummer Islands were far away from Westeros and Essos, surrounded by the sea, unless the deviants swept the world, the tide of the living dead would not affect this peaceful island. Even after the Faceless Deviants incident, many sea merchants of Essos risked going out to sea. They were willing to take the risk of being lost in the dark sea to go to the Midsummer Islands of the Eternal Night Paradise. Now, the people of the world were shocked. The Midsummer Islands, which were thought to be the safest, became the first island to fall. Other than those who left the port in time, there were very few survivors in the Midsummer Islands. The black-skinned Midsummer Islanders were almost wiped out. After the shock, everyone came to a realization. Deviants could not cross the sea, but faceless deviants could disguise themselves and go to any place that humans could reach by boat. Dragon Queen was feeling guilty for her carelessness when the second thunderstorm appeared in the barren land. It's over, it's all over. In the ruins of Valeglia, in the clean and new Dragon King Palace, Lalo covered his face with both hands, looking dispirited, unable to hide the despair in his heart. Are we being too smart this time? Lalo's current form was different from last time. Last time, it was the Shadow Devil Lalo with a bull head, snake body and scorpion tail. This time, it was the lava giant whose body emitted light and heat. Night Lion shook his head and sighed. The decision to send spies to find the faceless deviants was not wrong, the only mistake was bad luck. Bad luck indeed. Red Bull Akuan mumbled. The second corpse ghost outbreak occurred in the Barren Land because Frost God's plan in the Barren Land was exposed, the arrow on the bow had to be shot. At this time, 7 Treasures and Lion God's meditation battle had already lasted for a month. Over the past month, the two of them had not eaten or drunk anything. They had been standing on one leg in the snowstorm that was 20 to 30 degrees below zero while chanting scriptures non-stop. The two of them did not violate their vows, nor did they use any divine arts to cheat. They relied on their willpower and the power of their souls to hold on. After a month of hard work, both of them were as thin as skeletons. The priestly robes that had been ironed perfectly a month ago now looked like a tattered flag hanging on a bamboo pole. However, they were still persevering. Their mental strength was stable, and it seemed that they could still hold on for a long time. Whether it was the barbarians or the 200 dukes, they were all sincerely convinced by the two masters. They were both respectful and fearful. This wasn't a big deal. Even if the fighting continued for a month, greatly wasting the time the barbarians had to prepare for war, if they didn't fight, the 200 dukes wouldn't listen to Chizong's arrangements, they wouldn't form a united front against ghosts. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Justice and Order was also interested in the barbarian city's fights, so they arranged for the gods to gather information about the faceless deviant ghosts in the barbarian city. The Alliance of Justice and Order did not want to know the results of the battle. They had believers, and they could also descend with their wills. No matter what method they used, they could immediately understand the situation of the battle. The spies' main purpose was to find out about Tyrion's situation. Chizong was outside the city, participating in the Diana battle. Wouldn't the dwarf's protective power be empty? Coincidentally, the god who was scouting for information about the dwarf accidentally encountered an army of ghouls outside the barbarian city. There were hundreds of thousands of ghouls. The barbarian city was currently in a gathering of 200 dukes. The frost god was also preparing a big conspiracy in the barbarian city. He was quietly gathering the dead people in the barbarian city. Once the Bo family and the 200 rebellious dukes fell out, the millions of living dead would rush over like a flood, killing the living and reviving the dead. There was an 80% chance that they could wipe out the human forces in the barbarian city in one fell swoop. The Frost God's plan was very vicious, but also very feasible. As long as the million ghouls ambush was completed, the barbarian city would definitely fall if the humans didn't die out. However, in order to hide their tracks, the spies of the Alliance of Justice and Order specifically chose a hidden route. Then, they encountered the ghouls who were hiding their tracks. What should they do if they encountered them? The Frost God had no choice but to act personally. A strand of his will descended on the faceless deviant ghosts, capturing 4 of the 5 spies in one fell swoop. The remaining one flew quickly and escaped. What should they do if they escaped? The Frost God could only act in advance. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls poured down from the 9 heavens like an avalanche. After 8,000 years, the barbarians once again saw deviant ghosts, and they were once again taken away in one wave. The Dragon Queen was actually right. We are wasting our own hope of survival. We should have signed the investiture of the gods earlier and established a united front against the ghosts. Seeing the camp of the 200 dukes outside the city being drowned by the tide of living dead, Koeishi on the city wall felt his limbs go cold, unable to speak. Stop fighting. Grandmaster Chizong, save my life. The deviant ghosts are coming. Bo Tianzi's old face twisted as he shouted himself hoarse. However, even though he shouted himself hoarse, Chizong ignored him. That was because the great god Lion's strength was still standing on the pillar opposite him. The corpse tide had already drowned the battle platform. The ghouls had even piled up into a mountain of human flesh below the oak pillar, but the 2 of them were still fighting. However, Chizong's victory was already in sight. As the chanting of sutras became louder, a golden ball of holy light spread out from his body. The ghouls near the halo all howled in pain as if they were being roasted. There were no ghouls below him, but a pile of flesh gradually piled up below Great God Lion's strength. I've lost, Great God Lion's strength said with a hoarse voice. Thank you for letting me win, Grandmaster Heisher. Chizong immediately leapt into the air. The entire barbarian capital seemed to tremble a few times under the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon chant. Raise fire and burn the heavens. Chizong's entire body was covered in a layer of flames. He charged left and right amidst the ghouls like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Deviant ghosts and ghouls, as long as they were hit by him, they would immediately burn into matchsticks. Wherever he passed, a long trail of flames would be left behind in the snow. It's all thanks to Chizong this time. Otherwise, barbarian capital would have fallen, and the 200 dukes would have been wiped out. Barbarian land would really be finished. Lai Yen Lalo sighed. You're saying it as if we didn't do anything, Pale Holy Child said in displeasure. As long as we're willing to do something, protecting the main cities of barbarian land is not a problem. However, what should we do next? Lai Yen Lalo said hesitantly, why don't we transfer a few powerful deities from the Alliance to oversee barbarian land? We're not going to ambush Dani Lilith. The more dangerous the situation is, the more anxious she will be. The more anxious she is, the more likely she will come to Yen Hai, Night Lion said solemnly. But I'm anxious too. Lai Yen Lalo said anxiously, this long night is different from the past. I have a bad feeling that Frost God might be going all out in the world pendant this time. He's going all out. He wasn't this active the previous few times, allowing deviant Ghost King and Savior to do whatever they wanted. He wasn't as smart as this time, not willing to let go of any flaws that humans reveal. Frost God is serious, he said solemnly. Don't forget your identity, Lalo. You're no longer Savior, Red Bull Akun mocked. Saving the world is Dani Lilith's matter. It has nothing to do with you. We're now the Alliance of Justice and Order. The Alliance of Justice and Order's only goal is to get rid of Dani Lilith. After dealing with her, you can play the savior game as much as you want. We'll also applaud you from the side. Idiot, not every long night is destined to end. Lalo's eyes were full of disdain. He said coldly, if we're too optimistic, the worst thing will happen. How bad can it be? It's nothing more than returning to darkness and coldness. Red Bull Akun shrugged and said disapprovingly, we have at least 20 gods here from that era, including you, Lalo. There's no white heifer in the dark world, a god of darkness laughed. Akun was conflicted. A world without the white heifer is indeed unbearable. Night Lion said, Lalo, change into the shadow demon form. Lalo hesitated. You're too radical now. Your brain is muddled. Night Lion frowned. Lalo sighed. With a bang, he exploded into a ball of red flames with black smoke. There was a shadow under the flames. The flames gradually extinguished, and the shadow grew bigger. Finally, the flames disappeared, and a tall demon with a bull's head, snake's body, and scorpion's tail appeared on the throne. It was the shadow demon Lalo. I miss that dark, cold, and ancient era. Let the savior meet the deviant ghosts. Let the frost god do whatever he wants. We'll just wait here for that bitch Dani rise. After changing into the shadow demon form, Lalo no longer felt a sense of urgency and responsibility towards the long night. That's more like it. Kun laughed. The Light King only became the savior once, and his brain was already affected by the world will. Night Lion said coldly, I let the shadow demon out because the flame demon is too impulsive. But his thoughts are not wrong. We have to do something. We can't let the deviant ghosts continue to wreak havoc in barren land. It's not to save the world, but to save ourselves. How are we in danger? Red Bull was confused. Idiot. Army God Baccarin mocked. When the deviant ghosts become the main character of the next era, the Frost God will be the king of all gods. We have to bow down to him. Don't you understand this? Kun's eyes widened. He had an awkward expression. I really neglected the Frost God. You're right. We can't let that outsider take advantage of us. Then, he had an idea. He laughed sinisterly. Why don't I go to barren land and become the savior? While attacking the Frost God and stabilizing the situation, I can also become brothers with Chizong, the savior of the world, and become sworn brothers. Then, through Chizong, I can get in touch with Dani Rise, and then, hee. Pale Holy Child's eyes lit up. He praised, Akun, you're really good at eating brains. Night Lion and the Dark Demon gods also looked at Red Bull Akun with admiration. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, I heard it all. A bone chilling will spread from outside the hall. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They stood up in unison. Their god power surged, and all kinds of powerful witchcraft were ready to be unleashed. Don't be nervous. I'm the only one here. Cold mist flowed into the Dragon King's hall with the wind. In the pale white mist, there was a pair of blue eyes that resembled flashlights. As it approached the gods, the mist quickly disappeared like cotton in fire. It revealed the butterfly spirit in the mist. The woman's body had a pair of icy blue butterfly wings with strange patterns. There was also a pair of pink and cute fleshy feelers on her forehead. This was supposed to be a beautiful butterfly fairy. However, her skin was very strange. It was like an African with albinism. It also looked like a poor quality foundation was applied on her black skin. It was powder made from ice shards. Naz, you're not dead. But your statues have cracked. Your believers have lost their divine arts and have lost their sense of you. What's going on? Have you become a god spirit ghoul? Night Lion gulped and spoke with difficulty. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. My Almighty Lord sang the Song of Ice and converted all my God power and divinity into the powerful ice attribute. Then, he sang the Song of Death and I returned from my slumber. I've returned. I'm no longer who I was in the past. Believers and temples are meaningless. Butterfly spirit flapped her wings. Ice shards with a faint blue glow fell and surrounded her body. It was very beautiful. Meaningless. The gods' expressions were unpleasant. I'm afraid this world is meaningless to you. What are you doing here? The world is more meaningful to me now. I'm working hard to build a new world. It's a pity that I'm alone and need your help. The butterfly sprite laughed. Chapter 1009. Did Frost God send you here? How did he know we were in Valeglia? Lalo asked nervously. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know what happened to Flying Fish after seeing me? Butterfly Fairy laughed. The gods were silent. That day, they sent out a total of 10 gods to inquire about the faceless deviant ghosts. 5 of them went to the western continent of Ursus. The other 5 were supposed to be scattered in the cities of the Jade Sea, but they accidentally encountered Frost God's army. Other than the god with the fastest flying speed who escaped, the remaining 4, including Butterfly Fairy and Flying Fish, were all killed by Frost God. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that they were completely annihilated. Now it seemed that Frost God had subdued them. And Flying Fish happened to know the Alliance's arrangement in the Smoke Sea. Fuck. Ah, Kun cursed in a low voice. I told you, it's better to arrange fewer spies than to send out the gods in the Smoke Sea. You didn't listen. Now, the plan is exposed. Sending a few more spies is also to figure out the deviant ghosts' movements earlier. This arrangement was not wrong, but we were too unlucky to encounter Frost God. Night Lion's expression was ugly as he stared coldly at Butterfly Fairy. Why didn't that bastard go to the Westeros to torment Danny Lilith? Why did he come to the barren land to make trouble? The land of the sunset is his only entrance into the world. In the city of Ursus and the Far East barren land, he can only put a hand and half a head through the cracks. What's the use of his will descending? The Alliance of Justice and Order was very strict. All the gods who prepared to ambush Dragon Queen had to stay in the ruins of Valeglia. Except for the big bosses, the other gods were not allowed to go out. The investigation work was supposed to be left to the peripheral members of the Alliance of Justice and Order. They didn't know about the ambush circle in the Smoke Sea, such as Butterfly Fairy. However, Qizhang had killed too many evil gods, and there were not enough gods who were fast, good at investigation, and hiding. As a last resort, the Alliance of Justice and Order went to Nass Island and caught the god of harmony who was hiding in winter. Even if they were to recruit strong men and force neutral gods to join the alliance, there was still a lack of manpower in the investigation work. Left with no other choice, the few big bosses of the Alliance of Justice and Order could only risk releasing a few powerful heavenly gods who were on an ambush mission. And then, they were defeated. The butterfly elf said, "It's the same as you forming the Justice Alliance. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen is strong and can't be defeated. His Majesty the Supreme God is blocked in the Westeros, so he can only change his strategy. First take the 4 remote places, and then gather the forces of the 4 sides to encircle and suppress the center." Supreme God. The pale holy child spat. That God is truly shameless. When the long night is eternal, His Majesty, the Frost God, will be the Supreme God. You should work hard to get used to his supreme identity, the butterfly sprite said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. The long night won't last forever. Cold God wants to use the same trick again, but that depends on whether the gods agree or not, Night Lion said coldly. The butterfly sprite smiled faintly and said, in the last long night, you couldn't stop His Majesty the Supreme God. This long night is even fiercer, but you wasted all your energy on the savior Danny Rise. When two tigers fight, how can you have the power to interfere with us? Night Lion and the other big bosses were hit where it hurt, and their expressions became even worse. The last long night, the situation in the Westeros was somewhat similar to the current situation. Cold God could not break through the defense of the Door God and the Three-Eyed Crow at all. He could not even take a step into the World Gate. In the past many world pendants, Cold God wanted to enter this world, but he could not do it. The world pendant had happened many times, and every time it fell, it would cause the sun to be extinguished. Just like how the third-floor street lamp could only illuminate the third-floor walkway, when the floor fell, the third floor became the height of the second floor, and it could not receive the illumination of the third-floor street lamp. They had to change the lamp. Of course, the sun was not only used for illumination. It was also like a Kongming lantern that had an upward pull on the world. Just like the Kongming lantern, its pulling effect was too poor. Instead, it would be crushed by the falling force of the world. This was the root cause of the extinguishment and rebirth of the sun. Unless one day, Danny could ignite a huge hydrogen balloon and use the initial flame as fuel, it would produce the power to drag the entire world. As long as the hydrogen balloon was big enough, it could even bring the world up and enter a higher floor. Well, ascension was too far away, and the world was still falling. However, the early long nights were different from the current ones. To be more direct, the long nights at that time had Cold God, but there were no deviant ghosts. Moreover, Cold God had always been blocked outside the door. The long nights brought Cold God, not Cold God brought the long nights. Every time the world pendant happened, Cold God would come to knock on the door. He was like a hard-working and simple renovation master, hoping to enter the world and use the falling force of the world as a raw material to modify the warm sunny world into an ice era. The Three-Eyed Crow was the gatekeeper, and Door God was the community security captain. They each kicked Cold God, who had come to do free renovation, away and shouted, "Get lost. If you dare to come again, we'll beat you up every time we see you." Countless years had passed, and the old house of the Song of Ice and Fire had become more and more dilapidated. Wind was leaking everywhere, and because of the collapse of the roof, many owners, who were holding up the pillars, were killed. Some of the owners were afraid of death and had been hiding in the basement. Door God frowned. He squatted at the gate and finished smoking. After he put out the last cigarette, he stood up and waved at the renovation worker who was hiding behind a pile of snow and peeking at him and the dilapidated community behind him. "I want to ask, is your renovation really effective?" Seeing this, the renovation worker was overjoyed. He ran over, took out his iPad, opened the PowerPoint, and eloquently sold his renovation plan to Door God, as well as the bright future that the new renovation would bring to the community. On one hand, Door God felt that the renovation worker who was doing the PowerPoint was unreliable, but on the other hand, he had no choice but to do so. Half of Door God stayed in the community and continued to be the community security captain, while the other half formed a team with the renovation worker. The latter was then upgraded to a more powerful contractor. Even though only half of Door God stayed in the community, the contractor still couldn't get through the gate. However, with the other half of Door God's help, the contractor could easily find loopholes in the broken wall and interfere with the community's internal affairs. One day, the contractor came up with a good idea. He used the loopholes in the wall to lure a group of community members into becoming loafers. The loafers caused trouble in the community, and the security captain was too tired to deal with them, so the contractor broke into the community. That was what happened during the last long night. At that time, Door God's strength was weak, but he hadn't died yet. Cold God had set the world's first empire, the Kingdom of Dawn, as his primary target. The Prince of the Kingdom of Dawn got a piece of black stone that fell from the sky. From it, he realized a set of peerless divine arts and trained himself into a cold and bloodthirsty devil. He first usurped his sister's throne, then directed a bloody chaos that affected the land. Only then did the long night reach its climax. Now, Dragon Queen had inherited the position of Door God's security captain. She did a good job and left several footprints on the contractor's face. In desperation, the contractor could only repeat the same trick. The reason why I repeated the same trick is because this strategy can't be cracked and it works every time. When the land falls and the corpse tide appears all over the world, what can Danny and Reese do? The door of the Westeros will be opened. This time, the supreme cold god will come to this world in its entirety. With all his power, he will be unrivaled and unstoppable, the butterfly fairy said with a fanatical expression. You are a butterfly fairy, the night lion reminded, you naturally desire dew, morning sun, and nectar. The world of ice is purgatory for you. The excitement on the butterfly fairy's powdered black face disappeared. She looked at him with resentment and said, Do I have a choice? My nature is tranquil. I guard a small Nass island and live a small life that stands aloof from worldly affairs. It's you. You came to Nass Island and forced me to join the Justice Alliance. If I dare to disobey, I will be beheaded without mercy. It's just because I fly fast and have the help of the butterfly envoys to spread out and gather information. Even Danny and Reese are not as arrogant as you. She has my believers under her and has long known that there is a god on Nass Island. After the Justice Alliance was formed, I asked the people of Nass to pray to me and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, so I didn't respond to those believers. When Danny and Reese understood what I meant, they never bothered me again. What about you? You are not even as good as her evil king. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my orders, the night lion said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my lord's orders, the butterfly fairy said sarcastically. What does Frost God want to do? Lalo asked solemnly. The butterfly fairy spread her wings. Her figure was graceful and light. Blue ice crystals surrounded her body like stardust. She turned around and asked with a smile, How am I now? No horns and no scales. Your skin looks like it has psoriasis. It's very ugly, Lalo said honestly. The butterfly fairy touched the ice powder on her face and shook her head, I'm not talking about your appearance. Gods don't care about appearances. You seem to have become a mutant ghost god. The night lion frowned. Your strength has also become stronger, Red Bull said solemnly. The butterfly fairy nodded and said, My supreme lord used the cold power of the void to transform my body from the inside out, from my soul to my body. She was originally a black girl with colorful butterfly wings. Her skin was darker than carbon and her eyes were golden. She was a proper Nass person when she folded her wings. Or rather, the Nass person was her descendant. In the last era of the descendants of God, she, like many gods, had established a kingdom with her bloodline as the main body on Nass Island. Now, the butterfly fairy's golden pupils had turned icy blue. Her skin was as pale as a mutant ghost, but it was not completely white. She looked like she had vitiligo, or like a black person who had applied pearl powder on her face, but what fell were ice shards. When the supreme god's power entered my body, that feeling. The butterfly fairy looked intoxicated, like a drug addict who had gotten too high. I experienced a fullness and satisfaction that I've never experienced before. My heart has never been as calm and steady as it is now. I saw an extraordinary world. Our world is very big, but it's just a wave in the boundless void. Compared to the cold and void of the outer realm, the bright and lively world is so short and insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the gods. You are all very powerful, but I swear, compared to my almighty Lord who fills the void with his divine power, your combined power is like a snowflake on a vast snowfield. If we're only equivalent to a snowflake, why would the frost gods send you to be a lobbyist? Lalo said coldly. You've all felt my current power. The butterfly fairy smiled. The ice was like a spider web, quickly climbing onto the surrounding black stone throne and floor. Twisting off your head is no harder than killing a chicken. Night Lion snorted coldly. His right eye turned from black to white. Scorching sunlight filled the entire hall, and the ice and snow suddenly disappeared. The butterfly fairy staggered back a few steps and forced a smile. Your Majesty, Night Lion has misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that I was once like an ant. Now, after receiving the Supreme God's transformation, I've immediately become a chicken. Isn't anyone tempted by such a transformation in the nature of life? Now, you're just snowflakes. After the transformation, the gods will come on. Baccarin interrupted Nas impatiently. We're not stupid. Instead of being free gods, why do we have to be dogs for the frost god? Could it be that his head is bigger than Danny Lissy's? Yes, my lord's head is as grand as the universe. He can crush Danny Lissy's little head with one finger, the butterfly fairy said seriously. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.